Welcome to the whoop-de wop.
Drifting off and getting
We're
away from
going to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your
The
words
whoop-de wop
to remind everybody
is
Oh
a
we
my
don't owe
God.
white people. We do not owe white people
Whoop-de-wop.
shit.
is a place.
I run the risk,
Whoop-de wop.
and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link.
Just curious. You know the
Yo,
who's your
yo,
who's
hand
your-
me the whoop-de wop.
Well, I know it's an Indiana
Yo,
thing.
you got
Yeah,
some
but do
money?
you know
We're
what
going
Hoosier
to the
is?
whoop-de wop.
I actually don't.
Okay.
Yo,
that's
we
something to do
throw,
with me.
throw some cool
And
whoop-de wops.
from a Hoosier, you're gonna get certain things that are gonna happen. And
Well, I
walk
do
down
know
the
at one
coast,
point
though, go
Indiana
grab that
was
shit
like
right
the
quick.
center of the
She
clan.
was like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So,
Well, welcome to Stanley versus the World. I forgot to share the video I was going to show, but since I neglected to do that, I'll go ahead and welcome everybody to the show. This was kind of almost not happening because I'm still a bit under the weather, but we'll attempt to do a short show. And part of the attraction for doing a show was a conversation that me and Deacon Dave and uh, Queen Sunkissed and Big J had earlier today. So some things I wanted to talk about, which, you know, I still wonder sometimes how people actually think they're good at arguing or constructing cogent arguments. But we'll talk about that later. Some news stories, that video, and then we'll be done with it. I'm feeling much better, though. That's a good thing. So let us go ahead and start up this video. Oh, and by the way, since I didn't have it queued up right, it's called Atlanta, Georgia Hoods. Here is what I saw. A lot of trees in Atlanta, for sure. One of the things that's always struck me about Atlanta is how many trees there are in these bad neighborhoods. There's some I know a lot of these houses are in process of being fixed up, in apartments. There's some gold mines here. Look at those trees. Now, the one thing that does surprise me is how those people aren't waving. In the rest of Georgia, people would be waving. Hey, Lord ADS, this is a ride around some hoods in Atlanta. Now, I appreciate they didn't put a soundtrack in here, at least one that's uh, audible. Good looking church. Yeah, I often have videos that are just sitting, uh, in a queue, looking for a show or title. And Big J, SKC, Deacon Dave, Sunkissed, and I happened to be on a Big J show earlier before I got kicked off, of course. Uh, Basically talking about Fifth Ward of Houston specifically, but the community and what it is, and black community and all that stuff. And reminded me that I had this video sitting in a queue, and figured I would have a look because I don't get to ride around Atlanta these days. I don't know that it would take that much to make some of these neighborhoods look pretty good. And I can't help but think some of these places were owned by old folks, and it's the young people who didn't bother fixing them up. We're coming up to the end here. Yeah, I kind of know where this is. Should probably have a look at some of these others. I guess you could call this urban blight. But basically, once again, we're going to talk a little bit of quote community talk, which I don't generally like to do because I agree with almost no one on YouTube about what the community is or Black community. I simply don't think it's a singular monolithic entity. And that usually gets me in trouble with both MAGA blacks and supposed Black liberals. Um, let's see here. All right, so we'll run through some quick news articles. Anyone who wants to hit the link, go ahead and hit it. Again, this isn't going to be an awfully long show. I'm going to pretty much do it while my voice is good and I don't start hacking up phlegm. So we'll see how long that lasts. So here we are. Trump halts Iran attack plan, citing agreed upon deal outline. This is like the fifth time.
Trump halts Iran attack plan, citing agreed upon deal outline, by Tara Suter. President Trump late Saturday said he was halting an attack plan against Iran and pointed to the outline of a deal being reached as the reason why. The USA is locked and loaded and ready to go against the Islamic Republic of Iran at levels of military terror, strength, and power not seen since World War II. Despite this, we have just been asked by Iran and other Middle Eastern countries to hold off any attack in that the perimeters of a deal has been agreed to, Trump wrote on his Truth Social platform. Trump added that the deal would include the immediate, complete, and total opening of the Hormuz Strait and an end to Iran's nuclear threat. Based on this request, I have agreed, for the future benefit of the world and likewise the survival of a successful and prosperous Iran, to cancel the attack, subject to being able to rapidly make a deal, he added. American officials had told several outlets on Friday that the U.S. was reportedly planning to restart strikes targeting Iran as soon as this weekend. Israel was also a part of plans to launch one of the harshest bombing campaigns to date, targeting Iranian energy infrastructure targets, multiple sources told CBS News. Both the Israeli and U.S. militaries came together to launch the first strikes in the conflict in February. The war with Iran recently passed the 5-month mark, with the conflict putting stress on the global economy, causing oil and gas prices to rise, straining U.S. relationships with historic allies, and proving unpopular with the American public in recent polling. According to AAA, the average price of a gallon of regular gas in U.S. was at about $4.10 as of early Sunday, up from about $3.15 last year. Updated at 8:54 a.m. ADT.
All right, well, we'll see how it turns out. I don't have high hopes, but who knows? Maybe fifth time is a charm. So looks like acting Attorney General Todd Blanche is going to be Attorney General Todd Blanche. At least it's got out of committee. He reaches deal with holdout senators Tillis and Cornyn to scrap $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. I'm sure everyone's familiar that $1.8 billion was supposed to reimburse January 6th victims and that sort of thing. It's a real just scam that Trump tried to pull on taxpayers. Should have been impeached just for that. So what else we got? Oh, I meant to mention this. So the Trump administration drops reflecting pool case, blaming damage on botched installation, which is what the press had been saying the whole time. So that Olympian David Hearn that they indicted, whole case gets dropped. And thusly, Jeanine Pirro, former Fox News hostess, and current uh, what is she? U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia. She has had a little falling out over dropping these cases, but it was going to wind up. It was going to wind up being a loss. She lost. She lost that sandwich. That sandwich terrorist case where the dude threw a sandwich at an ICE agent. They lost that one. This one was probably going to be a bigger loss. Let's see. So I guess I know what to think about this one. Some In-N-Out burger in Idaho became a scene of tragedy after gunman kills 3 and injures 7 before taking his own life. In Idaho and an In-N-Out burger. Guess we'll have to listen to this one.
The scene at the brand new In-N-Out Burger in Twin Falls, Idaho, Saturday afternoon was like any of the burger chain's locations across the country. Workers clad in their unmistakable red aprons and branded paper hats dished French fries and welcomed customers to the beloved restaurant. Then a young man walked in with a gun and opened fire. Customers screamed, diving from their seats. Some barricaded themselves in the restrooms. Workers scrambled to get out the front door, spilling onto the sidewalk of a busy street. Outside, in an ordinary parking lot filled with patrons charging their electric cars or waiting in the drive-thru line, a routine weekend afternoon gave way to the kind of chaos that has become tragically familiar across the country: the sudden crack of gunfire, the scramble for safety, and the realization that any place can become the backdrop of trauma and tragedy. 3 people were killed and 7 others were injured in Saturday's shooting before the gunman, 24-year-old Chad Williams, died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound, officials said. Twin Falls Police Chief Matthew Hicks said investigators are confident Williams acted alone. An off-duty state trooper and a civilian returned gunfire during the attack. Heroic actions, police believe, helped drive the gunman away from the scene and prevented additional deaths and injuries, he added. These people are true heroes in our community, and their actions diverted the shooter and no doubt saved many lives, Twin Falls County Sheriff Jack Johnson said. In-N-Out's highly anticipated Twin Falls location had been open only a week before it turned into another painful chapter in America's epidemic of gun violence. It joins a growing list of shootings this summer, including at a food festival, parades, and places of worship that unfolded in everyday spaces. The shooting in Idaho is one of at least 277 mass shootings in the U.S. this year, according to the Gun Violence Archive, which defines a mass shooting as one in which 4 or more victims are shot. The names of the victims have not been made public as of Monday, out of respect for their families, Twin Falls police said in statement. But among the victims killed is an In-N-Out employee, company owner, and President Lindsay Snyder said in a statement. The shooter, Snyder said, took the precious lives of our associate and customers, innocent people who never saw it coming. My heart is broken, my chest is heavy, my eyes burn from the tears I've shed, Snyder wrote in a statement on Instagram. A lunch break turned into a fight for survival. Twin Falls 911 dispatchers could hear screaming in the background as they fielded calls from people reporting gunshots just before 2:30 p.m. local time, Hicks, the police chief, said. Saturday's shooting unfolded in one of Twin Falls' busiest commercial areas, a stretch of the city's north side filled with hotels, national retailers, and restaurants that serve residents and travelers alike. Located approximately 130 miles southeast of Boise, Twin Falls is a regional hub for much of southern Idaho. Video captured from a passing vehicle shows an individual, who law enforcement says is not the suspect in the deadly shooting, shooting a gun outside the restaurant. Unknown content item. Twin Falls Police Lieutenant Stephen Gassert confirmed to CNN on Sunday that the man in the video is not the suspect. In the video, a man is seen standing outside the restaurant, pointing a gun and firing. A gunshot appears to ring out as the weapon recoils. The man then crouches and jumps into nearby bushes before the person recording drives away. Police have not identified the two individuals who fired back at the shooter. Jordan Salinas, a 35-year-old healthcare worker, identified himself as one of the two people who fired toward the gunman, telling the Idaho Statesman that it was an automatic response. Salinas said he was with his girlfriend stopping for lunch when the shooting erupted, prompting him to reach for his semi-automatic pistol. As a caregiver for his brother, who uses a wheelchair, Salinas has been practicing for years, taking his training more seriously after the 2021 Boise Town Square shooting, which killed 2 people and injured several more, he told the Statesman. Salinas said he ran from his car toward the shooting and, when he saw the gunman firing toward cars, he pulled the trigger. He did not like it when bullets started firing both ways, Salinas said of the shooter. Braxton Stube, an employee at a nearby Dick's Sporting Goods store, told CNN affiliate KMVT he came face-to-face with the shooter, who pulled the trigger in his direction. "I saw the gun and I kind of just froze," Stube said. "I put my hands up and that's when he pointed the gun directly at me." Stube told KMVT he tried to reason with the gunman. After telling him he had a family, Stube said the assailant appeared to get emotional, but then he fires a shot towards me. Thankfully, he had missed me. Taxi driver Terry Dudley, who had stopped in between customer rides to charge his Tesla at the new In-N-Out, heard the gunshots himself. Dudley was sitting inside the car when the gunman opened fire, striking him twice in the back, his friend and coworker James Crow told CNN. Bleeding and panicked, Dudley called Crow and told him he had been shot. "The two men have been friends for 10 years, Crow said. They rarely let a day pass without talking, sharing a bond through one of Dudley's favorite hobbies, motorcycling, and eventually becoming business partners through Crow's taxi company. He's a larger-than-life kind of guy, just a big personality," Crow said. "He's boisterous, but he's still like a very gentle soul, very kind, compassionate, loves to laugh. He wants to enjoy life. He's tenacious, charismatic." Michael Dudley had been sleeping after working a long overnight bartending shift when he woke up to an urgent phone call. His father had been shot. Dudley was widowed years ago and is a single father of 4 children, including Michael, who told CNN his father suffered severe injuries and remains intubated after being emergency airlifted to a hospital. Crow started a GoFundMe to help cover Dudley's medical costs and the long road of recovery ahead. "I never thought I would see this here." Dominic Gonzalez was sitting in a car with his 2 younger brothers, waiting for his sister to come back from ordering their food when he heard the first shots. "We were just sitting there. I was playing on my phone when I heard a couple pops, and I look up and I see a gentleman walking from a white vehicle to another vehicle with a pistol in his hand," Gonzalez told CNN affiliate KMVT. "The man fired a shot at a vehicle," he said. "I told my 2 brothers to duck down," Gonzalez said. He kept glancing up to track where the gunman was, he said, then threw himself across the front of the car, just to take up space, so if anything did come flying, I was there. His sister, Jalen Sanchez, had just ordered food and stepped into the restroom when the gunfire began. As people screamed and cried, others crowded into the restroom beside her, and they tried to barricade the door. When they were told it was safe, she ran out through the drive-through line and directly into the shooter's path. "As I was running, I faced the shooter head-on, and he pointed the gun at me," Sanchez said. "I ducked behind a white car just to have some sort of coverage." She said she saw a pistol resting on a gun case she believed belonged to the shooter. "I didn't have anything to protect myself, so I grabbed the gun and I pulled it back," she said. "It was jammed, so I just felt helpless. I saw the truck in front of me, so I got in the car and left." For both Michael Dudley and Crow, the shooting is difficult to comprehend. In a place they view as peaceful and removed from the violence that often dominates headlines, they struggled to understand how something so horrific could happen in their city. "I never thought I would see this here," Crow said. Dudley agrees. "I was kind of in shock that it happened because while you hear about the occasional thing on the news, it all seems kind far away," he said. "What prompted the tragedy remains a mystery." Hicks said investigators are withholding additional details because releasing them could compromise our investigation. Investigators continue to review evidence, conduct interviews, and determine the full circumstances, including possible motivation, Twin Falls police said in a statement to CNN Monday. We remain committed to transparency and will provide updates as soon as we are able. The
Yeah, I'm gonna stop it right there. Two things. I happened to run into Be Brave the other day, first time in a while, and this this bullshit about these mass shootings being a particularly black problem, it just gets disproven almost every week. Okay, this is some dude, random dude, walking into a new restaurant, In-N-Out Burger, in some random city in Idaho. And, the argument that it happens more in one community than the other, to me, is just racializing it. It is a problem. Mass shootings are a problem, and racializing it means that it won't get solved. That's why people like Be Brave, I won't say they're dangerous, but they're hapless. And their arguments sound so sugary smooth that so many idiots on YouTube just buy it hook, line, and sinker, especially if you're inclined to be a racist. And there's white racists, there's black racists, there's Hispanic, it doesn't matter. Racial arguments are the order of the day on YouTube. And a lot of people who don't have any idea how to think critically fall for it and fight for it, by the way, profit off of it. So that's what I have to say about that. So this editorial caught my attention from the Washington Examiner. Highly credentialed, underemployed, and furious. Meet the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. So how could I resist? So this is some video here that we'll look at. Oops. Well, let's see if I can figure out how to get the volume off.
Challenge from the left, a caucus inside
Here, let's
Democratic Socialists
back it
of
up
America.
a bit. God damn it. Ugh. I hate the Washington Examiner sometimes. Hold on one sec. Let me see if I can figure out how to navigate back. Let me refresh this. Okay, let's try it again.
For everybody. It was made by rich landowners who owned slaves, and it was designed to protect their power.
The Constitution is getting a new challenge from the left. A caucus inside the Democratic Socialists of America is out with a recruiting video calling for a new constitution. The group is called the Marxist Unity Group. It argues the current constitution was written by wealthy landowners to protect slavery, property, and their own political power. In the video, a spokesperson compares the founders to today's billionaires. She names Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, and Peter Thiel. She also says the system was designed to keep Black Americans, Indigenous communities, and poor workers from having real power. The video connects the Constitution's origins to issues we still debate today: policing, prisons, poverty, gerrymandering, presidential power, and the Senate. Historians say slavery was a deeply divisive issue among the founders. Fewer than half of the signers of the Constitution owned enslaved people. But the Constitution did include compromises that protected slavery at the time. The broader DSA national program goes even further. It calls for abolishing the Senate and the Electoral College. It also calls for allowing non-citizens and people with criminal convictions to vote, and it would limit the power of the Supreme Court. The DSA says its candidates are running in 60 upcoming races. That comes after 38 wins already this year. The organization also says it has passed 120,000 members. That's the highest total in its history. The video ends with a call to join the DSA, build a new mass political party, draft a new constitution, and create what it calls a democratic socialist republic.
Did that again. Well, I don't know. This is not going. Oh, this is not going. Oh well. All right. So let's hear this article. Supposedly, there's an issue with all these highly credentialed, underemployed, and furious. These are, I don't know, humanities majors. Let's see what this is all about.
Highly credentialed, underemployed, and furious. Meet the DSA by Ron McCammon.
At DSW, we ask the important questions.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's
what
going to
shoes
be
are you going to
promotions.
wear? Whether you're prepping for wedding season, festival season, or just planning the ultimate vacay, the right shoes can make or break an RSVP. So own the moment. You've got big plans, and we've got just the shoes. At the perfect price, of course. Get ready to get ready with Designer Shoe Warehouse. Head to your DSW store or dsw.com today and let us surprise you.
In Focus delivers deeper coverage of the political, cultural, and ideological issues shaping America. Published daily by senior writers and experts, these in-depth pieces go beyond the headlines to give readers the full picture. You can find our full list of In Focus pieces here. Peter Turchin has a theory called elite overproduction. A society trains more people for high-status positions than it has positions to give them. The surplus does not disappear. It becomes a pool of credentialed, underemployed people who did everything they were told and received less than they were promised. A movement's demographics are not incidental to its politics. They are close to the whole explanation. Turchin traced the pattern to revolutionary France, where a surplus of law graduates shut out of the aristocracy's professional class became disproportionately represented among the revolution's leaders. Nate Silver recently found a remarkably similar pattern in contemporary American politics, drawing on the Cooperative Election Study, a large national survey of the electorate, not the Democratic Socialists of America's own data, to conclude that the country's strongest Democratic voting demographic is graduate degree holders earning $30,000 to $60,000 annually, almost exactly DSA's demographic sweet spot. The same CES data complicate the picture, though. That bracket makes up a relatively small slice of the overall electorate because education and income usually rise together. Even within it, only about 1 in 5 identifies as very liberal. By that measure, the DSA's strongest recruiting ground is a minority within a minority, not a hidden national majority waiting to be mobilized. That is the national picture from a survey of the broader electorate. The DSA's own numbers come from a different source.
Well, I hate to say this, but the article is incorrect. DSA members, I don't know what the percentage would be, but a vast majority, high percentage, don't identify as liberals. If you're going to go conservative liberal, that political shorthand, maybe you could get away with it, but leftist is a better description. These people aren't liberals.
Its 2021 internal survey based on nearly 13,000 self-selected responses. Where the two sources align, particularly on education and income, the picture is persuasive. Where only the DSA's internal survey speaks, it is best understood as describing the organization's most engaged members rather than the membership as a whole. According to that 2021 survey, the median respondent is 33. More than 80% of members over 25 hold at least a bachelor's degree. Median household income falls between $60,000 and $80,000, while 45% earn under $60,000, more than double the comparable share among college graduates nationally. These are not traditional blue-collar workers. Many are teachers, scholars, nonprofit employees, or technology workers. They followed higher education's script and found the promised rewards had diminished. The DSA does not measure home ownership, but but ownership rates are likely below already depressed national averages for young adults, concentrated as members are concentrated in some of the U.S. most expensive metropolitan areas. The survey's broader demographic profile is revealing. 77% identify as white alone, down from 96% in 2013. 64% are male, 27% female, and 10% non-binary. 32% identify as LGBT, 60% describe themselves as agnostic or atheist. Only 21% belong to a union, down from 31% in 2013, and just 5% have military service, concentrated in the organization's oldest members. Britain's Socialist Workers' Party scandal helped popularize the term brocialism, describing the gap between egalitarian rhetoric and male-dominated organizational culture. The DSA's largest Marxist caucus, Bread and Roses, borrows its name from a feminist movement founded because women believed their concerns were treated as secondary inside left-wing organizations. Today, the caucus is no longer a women's organization, but one of the factions behind the DSA's communist-aligned National Political Committee majority, a leadership that has disciplined members drifting toward the center. Los Angeles City Councilwoman Nithya Raman's 2024 censure for seeking support from Democrats for Israel illustrated how narrow the acceptable range of moderation has become. Raman is now running for mayor, having broken with former ally Karen Bass and advanced to a November general election. She has since said she will no longer accept an endorsement from Democrats for Israel Los Angeles, the group whose backing triggered her censure, a concession that secured only a recommendation in the DSA's voter guide, not a formal endorsement. Yet that same 2021 survey found that 42% of members also identify as feminist, making it the organization's second most common political label after Democratic Socialist. Because the survey allowed multiple identities, a meaningful share of the predominantly male membership likely selected feminist alongside other labels. The organization's priorities in 2021 remained climate change, Medicare for all, and labor solidarity, suggesting economic concerns continue to outweigh identity-specific issues even among members embracing both. That 2021 snapshot already looks dated. By 2026, the DSA's public energy runs through Israel, the through line of its highest-profile accountability fights, and through a new national platform, Workers Deserve More, that goes well beyond 2021's economic priorities to call for abolishing the Senate and subordinating the presidency and courts to Congress. The survey's omissions are almost as revealing as its findings, though best read as measurement choices, not value judgments. DSA membership surveys have not asked about marital status or children and contain no occupational categories for police, firefighters, or emergency medical personnel. Membership records, not the survey, tell a related but separate story. Geographically, the DSA extends beyond New York, despite the NIC DSA remaining its dominant chapter with more than 13,000 members. The 15 largest chapters account for roughly two-thirds of total membership, while members report living more often in the South than the Northeast, driven primarily by large urban chapters in Texas, Georgia, and Virginia. Dues-paying roles fell from roughly 79,000 in 2021 to about 50,700 in late 2024, before surging beyond 120,000 by July following President Donald Trump's re-election and Zohran Mamdani's New York mayoral campaign. By its own account, that makes the DSA the largest socialist organization in U.S. history, edging past the Socialist Party's disputed 1912 peak of somewhere between 113,000 and 118,000 members under Eugene Debs. Whether this surge proves durable remains uncertain. Taken together, the numbers produce a recognizable composite: 33 years old, highly educated, income lower than expected given those credentials. Probably renting rather than owning, secular, politically engaged, and only loosely connected to organized labor. Elite overproduction does not explain the whole left, and plenty of young professionals outside the DSA fit the same profile. But few organizations match the theory this closely. The minority within a minority problem described earlier helps explain the organization's electoral record. Members are heavily concentrated in dense urban areas, producing victories in mayoral races, city councils, and deep blue legislative districts. Roughly 250 DSA members hold elected office nationally, but almost none serve statewide or in federal office. The DSA's own survey reports Black membership at 4%. Combined with the earlier numbers, the profile remains demographically narrow relative to the national electorate. None of this means the DSA should be dismissed. Its growth shows real, politically potent grievances behind recruitment. But growth within a narrow constituency is not the same as expanding beyond it, and the organization's internal dynamics are moving.
You know what? Actually, let's hear about those internal dynamics.
The wrong way at the wrong time. The same accountability mechanisms that discipline members who stray from the party line, combined with the growing influence of Marxist-Leninist factions on the National Political Committee, produce a more ideologically homogeneous membership and leadership. The most likely future is not collapse. It is continued success where the DSA already thrives, dense, expensive, secular, highly educated metropolitan centers. Consolidation is easier than conversion. The DSA has mastered the first. It still has a long way to go on the second.
Hey, I've got the campaign brief ready, built from last.
Yep. And a policy of excuse me, of calling them all communists. That ain't gonna cut. They tried it with Mondani, and it didn't. Damn it! It didn't work. Well, Dave, I'm glad to see you. I am going to talk about my experience on Big J's show today. That's why I called it a gathering of old men. I should have mentioned this earlier. A gathering of old men. Me, you, Big J, and Queen and SKC. What could it have been other than Queen Sunkissed, but a gathering of old black men talking about the community? Reminded me of the good old days. So what I also have to say before I go there is black membership in the DSA. You're not going to see a whole lot of black people joining DSA. They are essentially, and I'm not going to say they're class essentialists, but they're pretty close. They think they don't even want to talk much about race as a factor in U.S. politics. They basically think moving the goalpost to a class-based argument is going to cover, two birds or three birds or four birds with one stone. I'm not convinced they're right. So we'll see how it turns out. But the one thing I do know is that MAGA accusing them all of being communists, yeah, that's like a 12th man level argument. Not going to work with anybody who's sophisticated, in their political views. So let us go to the main event. And as I said, this isn't going to be a very long show. I thought my voice might hold out, but apparently I expended all my voice powder on yelling at Big J. So there goes the voice. But people are welcome to hit the link if they want. It's in the chat somewhere. Make sure that you all may hit the like button, support the show by supporting the host. It does help greatly when folks donate to the show, specifically ideas or monetarily. Monetarily helps me pay some newspaper bills like I did this weekend. By the way, CKJ3 isn't here. I am going to get to Officer Tatum and those versus 20 black liberals. I've watched about maybe a third of it, and I wasn't impressed by the liberals or Tatum, but I'm actually taking notes. I appreciate that contribution. The other contribution, I don't see Brian Nichols out there, but he sent me a couple short clips, political video things. One thing about basically the Democrats and the and the Republicans being kind of the same, they're corporate. To a certain extent, I agree. The argument that this content creator made, I wasn't that impressed with. So, but yeah, send me stuff like that. I definitely appreciate it. And when it's, worthy of actual critical analysis, I'm certainly willing to do that. Brandon Tatum, he didn't surprise me, but the liberals, there were at least as much as I've watched. There was one young lady who seemed, actually a couple people who were able to kind of slow him down a bit. But these guys memorized their talking points. So maybe there's something in there that'll surprise me. But let us move on to tonight's main event. And I probably won't get through all of it because I'm not feeling, I feel pretty good, but my voice apparently doesn't. Let's see here. Chat is disabled. Damn it. Let's see, where am I? I'm at 444.
I am not here to debate.
Hold on one sec. 444. I want to basically a little bit before I get up there is where I want to start it. Because I wasn't necessarily planning on coming up. But then SKC, of course, just rage baited me into coming up. And anytime I get to get SKC put in his place is an opportunity I'm going to take. All right, so let's start it about here. And Deacon Dave, you can come up if you want, or anyone can, to be honest. But just a few points I wanted to make, because this was actually a pretty productive conversation. I think that Big J kind of surprised me, and I like Big J and all, but dude, he's got some juvenile viewpoints on Black culture. Kind of surprised me that he was not as well thought out as I expected him to be. It's kind of like garden variety. I don't know what you would call it. SKC would probably have a word for it, but it was less than impressive.
The black circuit of YouTube. I was seeing a bunch of debates back then. Even Shapiro would do the same thing.
Yeah, Shapiro is. Well, I hate Shapiro, but he's really.
Oh, I remember what it was. It was this idea that Charlie Kirk and Steven Crowder, attempted to get like university faculty to have debates with them and all. And the faculty would just basically tell them no thanks. And SKC's like, whoa, making a big deal. They were too scared. I'm like, Crowder and fucking Charlie Kirk, dude, they're literally like clowns with an agenda. They're white nationalists. Why would a history professor want to debate a white nationalist?
Be the GOAT when it comes to the right wing debates. Going to college campuses and shit, because he be making fool out of people and shit. And obviously, and some of the people, I'm like, ain't y'all gonna fight back? Y'all's points are so fucking weak. And Ben Shapiro just be jumping around, running circles around them and shit.
Yeah, it's it's something, and I'm just, I guess to a certain degree, I think there is a lot of bias when it comes to people and how they view things, and just not trying to be as objective as possible. You take, for instance, like I'm looking in the chat, and I know you may be trolling, but I've seen people have this type of thought pattern. Like, take, for instance, when Stanley says that Crowder, Kirk, are like the Crump and Sharpton. And think about it. Crump can't read. and so
now that is true. I'm so embarrassed by Benjamin Crump.
And so having the ability to be able to gauge talent, even the style of talent that you don't like, you know, that may be, you know, across the aisle of what you don't particularly, you know, mesh with. It's like, come on, you can't put Kirk and Crowder in league with people who can't read. It's like, come on now.
Stanley, what's going on, Stanley?
Hey, what's up? Oh, I just had to come up here and talk to my buddy SKC. Hadn't talked with you in a while.
Yeah, I've been visiting Big J's channel for a few days now because I'm on like a little extended vacation. I'm still working, but I'm kind of like on a little extended vacation, and I don't know, something got into me the other day, and I was like, let me see what's going on in the old Negro sphere. And one of the first names I thought about that was actually live was Big J. And I said, man, you know, I haven't talked. Then I saw Deacon Dave over here, and I came across this other dude named Sergeant, who, oh man, fellow coon. Oh
yeah,
man.
he was a breath of fresh air. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, man.
So it's a gathering of old coons.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm not old yet, so I'm getting there, but I'm not there yet.
Some of them points are old fashioned. You know, I should have titled this "A Gathering of Old Coons."
Well, perhaps I study the greats.
Specifically, what I'd like to see is a Steven Crowder or a Charlie Kirk go up against a showman of their equal or better, someone like a Cornell West or someone like a what's her name? I think of Nicole Hannah Jones.
Well, I don't think that either one of them would agree to open debate, especially if there was any set rules of
right.
any sort.
I don't care about any of that.
I know.
I just told you what I would like to see.
Yeah.
I think Charlie Kirk and Steven Crowder are kind of the same ilk in that they can't read either.
No, I think that it's proven
I've watched
that they can read.
I've watched as much Charlie Kirk and Steven Crowder as you have. I'm not going to even bother hearing you defend them. I'm saying that no self-respecting professor is going to go up against two white nationalists. They have an agenda. Let me confess one thing right here. If you notice, I'm fairly aggressive and confident in my arguments. And SKC's used to dealing with me, so he'll push back at some point. But the bottom line is, no, I'm not going to bother. Dude, I know your argument's going to be a shit argument. I do not owe you the courtesy of allowing you to present a shit argument for the sake of fairness. Don't fucking waste my time. My time is valuable, and at my age, my time is short. I'm not going to sit here allowing you to have your bad argument like this is fucking kindergarten. Have a good point or don't. And I know you can't defend Charlie Kirk. Agenda is not truth. or seeking knowledge, it is promoting a white nationalist agenda. It's not good faith, and there's no reason any person who considers themselves a seeker of knowledge to debate them.
Okay, yeah, I would say a good defense. It's not going to be very convincing to the youth, but good defense.
Oh, I don't care about the youth.
Of course, but the professor should.
I care about my point. You need to concentrate on my point.
I'm not concentrating on your point.
Okay, well then I'm not concentrating on the youth.
No,
okay, the youth.
But I'm saying that the professors are though.
Seeker of knowledge, training students to be seekers of knowledge.
Yeah, that's their job.
Mm-hmm.
So then it goes checkmate to the other side, because it's like, if you're going to sit before a bunch of students and then you're going to tell them that your idea is superior, but you do not want to face your opponents, then you're going to continuously lose that audience.
A good professor does not profess his ideas are superior.
Okay.
I've actually had professors, and I know you have. I've never heard a political science professor tell me that my ideas are superior.
I'm not saying that they do.
Right. Well, if you're not saying that they do, then what's your argument? They do not want to go up against white nationalists who are very direct in saying America is the best there ever was. America is the best in the world. Western civilization is superior in history, and I'm white. Therefore, it is my birthright that I be cast as superior. No self-respecting professor is, dude, the problem with SKC, and not him particularly. I mean, I like SKC. I think he's great. The problem is these guys want to be treated as equals to some PhD who earned that PhD. They're not equal. And you would think a white nationalist would understand that concept. You are not equal to a history professor. A history professor does not owe you a fucking debate, whether it's for money or not. They're just mad because they are not being treated as equals because they're white mostly. Well, I thought you kind of hinted that. Charlie Kirk and Steven Crowder will constantly tell you that America is superior. Their nationalism is superior. I heard Brandon Tatum talk. Watched a little bit of that 20-on-1 thing, that Trump is superior. Trump policies are superior to the black community, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah,
all these
not
white
exactly what was
nationalists
said, but okay.
Dave, what you need to do is let me finish.
Yeah, hurry up.
That's what she said.
All I hear white nationalists say is how superior America and by default white people are. People, seekers of truth, and their little students are not going to benefit by engaging in a good faith debate with white nationalists.
Okay. Well, we'll see.
Oh, we have seen. You were just describing how professors wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I'm saying so far as the end result of all of that.
The end result is it never happened, and I say it should never happen.
Yeah, and
I don't like patting myself on the back, but see how clean that was? How I just got to the middle of the point, and that's that. You don't even have to yell. I can do this without, ad hominems. Sometimes it's just more fun to have them. But he had no argument. This Charlie Kirk bullshit or Steven Crowder debating with history had to go to the students because a history professor has ignored them. That's not an argument.
not stating that it should happen or shouldn't. I'm just stating that
I'm stating it should not happen.
Right.
See, I'm definite. I'm not on a fence. I'm not pretending to, be neutral in it. I think Charlie Kirk and Crowder are bad people. I think they are white nationalists, and they are not seekers of truth.
Oh, okay. I'm being more objective.
No, I don't care about examples. I'm using the examples presented.
No, I just want to make this quick point: is that it doesn't matter who we mention. You're going to say they're bad in one way or another.
Okay, don't go. See, all of a sudden you want to move
let me finish,
away
sir?
from the point. This is what I hate. Now, I've basically taken the argument, presented a cogent case. It's hard to call Charlie Kirk or Steven Crowder. It's hard to call them truth seekers because they don't care about the truth. They care about their narrative. All of a sudden, Deacon Dave wants to move this to what aboutism? What if? What about? Nah, I'm not extending the argument.
Are you going to let me finish?
Let's concentrate on the matter at hand. That's what you people. And I don't owe you a happy ending, Deacon Dave. Let you finish. I'm finished. Why are you wanting to extend something that shouldn't even be extended? We'll do. And yes, I said
you people.
You wander off into what if. You wander off into never what if land. And
no, I'm just telling you why your point is invalid.
I want to stay here. I want to.
This is why your point is invalid, because it doesn't matter who we say or use.
Yeah,
or
it doesn't
as an example of a good debater.
It doesn't
matter
who
say they're
you
bad
say
people.
because we already have Charlie Kirk.
Yeah,
and
you know what it is.
Talk about. Let's concentrate on Steven Crowder and Charlie Kirk.
Right. Exactly.
You know what it is.
Oh yeah, I know what it is, and I'm preventing preventing you from doing it.
No, I was telling Deacon.
Oh yeah, of course
because you get that.
You'll
get that off
because you can't tell me.
I'm not trying to.
You'll get that off if we move past it, but I didn't want to move.
You know better than to tell me something. And see, this is an SKC special tactic. He knows that every point he tries to bring up, I'm going to meet it and defeat it. So now what he's going to do is go to Deacon Dave and have a whole conversation about what Deacon Dave wants to talk about instead of just acknowledging that he's done with me. I won or I lose, or I think it's a draw. But what he wants to do is just act like I'm the one being unreasonable. So now Deacon Dave gets his little spotlight cast on him. And I don't know, I'm not having it. I'm like, dude, y'all are running. This is running away, running in the opposite direction once you got your ass handed to you rhetorically. My mind is made up.
So what we were saying earlier, Deacon, like the whole thought about the conversations, people can have them or they can't. That's up to them. But there's gonna be repercussions from it. That's all I'm saying.
What were the repercussions?
What do you say, Deacon?
Oh, all of a sudden he's got to go to the friendly man.
No, I was just doing the same thing that the professors were doing with having the conversation with the people who they choose to. So, Deacon, like I was stating,
we're not having conversations.
So, Deacon, I mean, we're just having a conversation earlier, because we can choose who we want to have the conversation with, right?
True.
Right.
Okay.
Right?
SKC.
So,
Right.
You
so
can
that's
choose.
really cool,
You
huh,
can.
DNJ, to
You
Deacon
can
Hut.
choose
It's
to
cool
do what you're doing.
because what you
Go
can
talk.
do
Go
is that
talk
you
to your
can
buddy.
just pretty
Go talk
much
to your buddy, not
just
your adversary.
exactly. I'm
Somebody
doing the
who
same thing the professors
somebody
are
who will
doing. The same thing the professors are doing.
somebody who will
So,
pat
Deacon,
you
is
on the head
interesting how the
and go,
professors can
"Oh,
choose who they want to
SKC,
speak with.
you are so
They can
right,
avoid.
SKC.
They can avoid their
You
their
avoid
challengers
you
and remain at
avoid people like
on a
me,
pedestal of some
SKC,
sort.
because I
Yeah, some
come
Isn't that
kind of
right at
interesting?
old
you.
superiority. It's crazy.
Isn't
Talk to
that is
Deacon
so
Dave.
interesting,
Talk to
Deacon?
Deacon Dave and regenerate your coonage.
That is so interesting, Deacon. How a person can choose to speak only with the people that they agree with and held at on a high pedestal. But when it's done to them, then it's you're
Okay,
not
see,
facing your
there you
challengers.
go. You are being bad faith
bad
right before our eyes. Did I
faith.
say?
You know, I
Did I-
choose not to speak
Yeah,
with
of
people
course you're
with
going to talk when
things
I'm
in bad
talking,
faith.
SKC. Oh, this is so bad faith, and it reflects badly on SKC. He's better than this. Bottom line, I specifically said it's not a matter of agreeing or disagreeing. It's seeking truth. In the end, that's really what we're supposed to be doing when we send our kids to college or we go to college. We are supposed to be seeking capital T truth, as Pollyanna-ish as that sounds. We're supposed to be using excuse me. We're supposed to be using our critical thinking skills to evaluate what truth or what knowledge is, what good knowledge is. And Stephen Crowder and Charlie Kirk, they're not truth seekers. They're not knowledge seekers. So it's not a matter of agreeing or not. The goals are different. And I thought I made that clear. But of course, SKC wants to take the bad faith route.
So I'm just going to speak only with Deacon Dave and Big J, because I believe that they're the only ones that are operating in good faith.
SKC,
I will not demean myself by engaging in people who have obvious bad faith
a seeker of knowledge. Seeker of knowledge.
Can we have it one at a time, please? So kind of.
Thank you for the decorum, Big J.
Yes.
That shows good faith.
Good faith, yeah.
Carry on.
Go ahead, Coons.
So, Miss Sun, the other day you stated something that caught my attention. I was unable to continue in the conversation that you guys were having, but could you explain to me this concept of running away from your quote unquote people? What does that mean?
Queen's on mute. I think she's doing something right now.
Do you know what that means, Big J?
I think the argument is that instead of dealing with the problems, because I think the idea is that since men are problem solvers, well, black men are not looked upon as problem solvers because they are opting to run from run to the arms of another community because he's not equipped to fix whatever problems within his own in his own lane. And some black men don't want to be the cleanup man in his own community.
So Big J, I got a question for you. If a person stated, you know what, I work for IBM,
right?
But IBM has a lot of issues and they doing stuff in a kind of weird way. And I can see the handwriting on the wall, and the people that have the seniority and so forth, they still want to go in a particular direction. But Dale over here is kind of open to me coming over here and working, and they're giving me stock options and the whole nine, a nice little setup near the Austin area and so forth, in the outskirts of it, and this nice house on the hill as a signing bonus. Would it be running away from IBM to take a position with Dale?
Well, I mean,
yeah. What's up, 12th man?
Hey, not much, Stanley. Dark, cloudy, rainy day here.
Yeah, today was pretty good, but we've had about 2 weeks of rain, at least a little bit every day. I am tempted not to even listen to this part because SKC, in my opinion, doesn't what he and Big J were talking about. I don't know. I think in the end, SKC makes a better argument. But that's Big J there's some places he goes with the primary argument, which is about, what the community is, how family affects community, how family affects their progeny's outcome. And I really think Big J is I don't know how to describe the questions he asked, but they weren't on point. It was weird.
That's a nice analogy, but when it comes to the history, let's say that company, let's say Dell used to be enslaving the people who work for IBM, and then IBM become a place where, well, no, I'm not enslaving, but let's say oppressing. You used to impress the people of IBM, and then IBM is turned into a cesspool based upon the policies of Dell, and they're signing you a signing bonus just to create a brain drain of said community of said IBM.
Okay. And so that would be running away from IBM.
Well, if you knew what Dell agenda is and what Dell is doing, then no, you wouldn't go to Dell knowing the fact that they helped cause. I ain't say they're the entire blame, but they helped cause a problem at IBM.
Okay. So in this scenario, and let's go ahead and map it onto what we're really talking about. And I think this is the big issue of what the whole running away type of thing is. I think it's just a weird concept. The women that were speaking yesterday or today, whatever day that was, they operate in a way of which they're stating like Black people all operate on some collective mindset and need to be on one accord, as if there's been any subset of human beings on the entire planet that have ever done something like that. That does not exist.
I think you could argue that point. I agree with the premise, SKC, or your premise. I disagree that there aren't people who have done it. Colonialism was all about that.
All throughout.
I'm not talking all throughout.
No, I'm just saying
colonialism specifically.
Right. Even if you want to take colonialism, there's always been people who were not going along with it.
Okay, that's obvious. That's not my point. My point is you are incorrect if you say there aren't throughout history groups of people that acted pretty much for a common good. Other than that, I agree with your premise.
Right. And what I'm stating is, and I'm glad that you made mention of the common good. They never make mention of what that common good is. For them, they state that the common good is just quote unquote be with other black people.
I agree with that.
And
this is an extremely important point that SKC brings up. What the fuck is the common good? If you are going to say you're a knightish, that black people need to be you black people, damn it. Believe it or not, I'm actually feeling better. It's an extremely important point. Everyone wants to say, black people need to be like Asians, or we need to be like the Jews. But what's the goal? What's the common good? If the answer is continuation of black culture, I have all kinds of questions about what is black culture. Heritage, I think you could make that argument if you actually understand what heritage is. But I'm sorry to tell you that that most of the YN arguments I hear on YouTube, say from a knightish or something like that, dude, that's just crazy. It's unfocused, and they get pissed off when you start trying to get specifics out of them about what the common good actually is.
That to me is just insane.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Remember, I was also stating that I don't understand what this obligation is. This unspoken obligation to do that, and I was trying to get clarification for that, but.
Oh, okay, okay. But like you see other groups doing it. You see, I hate using the Asians. I hate using them, but like the Japanese community, right? They get to solve their problems. They don't go to the white man.
Give me that's untrue. Students for fair admissions. It was Asians versus affirmative action.
And
so
then
they ran to the white man to it was the opposite. It was actually the white man using the Asians, but they had a common enemy, which was affirmative action.
And I'll tack on to what Stanley is stating and go back with historical accounts of when Japan was a very poor agricultural style of country. And then when they were confronted with a lot of the technologies from different parts of the world, they sought out how to.
I guess I understand how why SKC brings up Japan. It is a very good example, but I don't think it's the example, and I don't think it lands the punch. I want to keep this. Had it been left up to me, we would have kept this within the confines of American culture. This bullshit about why can't blacks be like the Asians or the Jews, you're gonna find out exactly my problems with that fucking lazy thinking, and it is lazy thinking. You'll hear this. The bottom line is this bullshit about why can't we be like the Asians? Well, why can't we have higher SAT scores? That's being like the Asians.
Make those technologies from those parts of the world,
right? But hold on.
So they went to other groups to get information of how to get something done, and then they improved.
But they did not depend themselves on their British ally. Remember, Britain
they were
was
literally taught by them.
Yeah. But the British did not sit there and because you have to understand, Japan and Britain was allies before the second World War, right? So or I should say the Treaty of Washington in 1923. That's when they start to veer off. But
Japan, even before that, when you're talking about
Japan,
like local
Japan went from an agricultural society to a mechanized society within under 35 years.
Yes, but how did they do so? They sought out training and information from other groups of people, not from within.
Right. But they didn't sell their souls out. They didn't say, well, their women are better than our women. They wasn't doing that.
You're saying that's happening in the Black community now?
Yeah, they're saying that that's what's happening by simply stating that I love my wife.
Yes, it's a really incongruent way of looking at things. They try to basically link individual, I would say, family building and so forth with some sort of, I guess, civilizational connectivity. It's weird.
No. I think the goal was to save their race, their civilization.
Why?
Correct in the Japanese case.
Right. In the case of the Japanese, yes. It's harder to
keep it in an American context, though.
Right. I mean, yeah, but even if you go to Japanese American families or Japanese Canadian families, it's hard to go up in there and trying to date their daughter or date their sons. I
don't know that that's
how is it hard?
Don't go up into the community; they meet other places.
Yeah.
Like you know what I mean. Meeting in their community, communicating with.
Okay, there's too much in these YouTube streets on these old YN panels. There's too much. You know what I mean? No, motherfucker, I don't know what you mean. About articulate it so I understand what you mean. This fucking you know what I mean is bullshit and it's annoying. Damn.
And sometimes they do that like every other sentence, Stanley. Like every other sentence.
Well, I mean,
like, you know what I mean?
Is a verbal tick. Is a verbal tick. I can live with the verbal tick. The problem is that they literally sometimes go, hey, you know what I mean? I'm not going to go into detail. And I have pissed people off when I go, no, I don't know what you mean. Okay. And let me expand the point that I disagree with here. Okay. Me going to a random Japanese girl that I met somewhere, knocking on the door in her Japanese community or neighborhood, yeah, that's going to be a little odd, but it's going to be odd if that Japanese girl comes into the neighborhood I grew up in, we're 15, and she knocks on my door. It's going to be just as weird, but where we meet might be in college or high school. That's where the interest begins, and then you navigate from there. At least in my experience, I'm not speaking from a big statistical, this is how they usually meet. I'm just thinking there are ways that kids figure out how to meet. In this idea in 2026, yeah, it's not going to be, you'll get second takes. You'll get questions.
Yeah, when I was young, I used.
Okay, let me finish what I'm saying, please.
Okay. I thought you was done.
It is. I'm not. My point is, stop acting like America is that fractured. It's not. It is, but there are people marrying outside of their, class, race, what have you, it happens pretty frequently, especially if you're in the military. So, what are you saying, 12 man?
Well, I was just saying, I remember when I used to go to the black neighborhoods with some young bucks, and I'd get side-eyed looked at, but I just ignored it, because I was there with my black friend.
Oh, right, but he's talking about like dating and mating, I guess. But the bottom
Yeah,
line,
yeah, I
but
get
the
it.
bottom line is his argument is weak. There's so many, so many holes.
When I'm talking about Japanese American or people or Japanese people who are or Asians who are here in America, I'm talking about the first two, maybe generations in. Those are the people who I'm referring to. I ain't talking about those who've been.
Well, I don't like comparing these Asians do this, and I don't like compare. I don't like comparative culture for starters. I think it's a weak discipline or a way to approach it.
But
Japanese aren't a quote race. There is competition within the quote Asian race. There's a hierarchy. Like Japanese are at the top, and China. It's, believe it or not, there's a hierarchy.
There sure
like
is.
a Hmong or something at the bottom. It's weird.
Yeah, he's right.
We have a different. Black people have a different history in the American context, and I just don't find, why can't we be more like the Jews, or why can't we be more like the Asians? I don't find that a useful lens to.
I know, but it's weird. I know I ain't trying to Asianize this, right? But I'm looking at from Asian American perspective.
So listen to this. I tell him, looking at it his way, I don't find useful, and he's just going to keep going there because he thinks he's right, mainly.
How they will not allow outside people to marry their children.
They don't allow outside people. He's wrong. God damn, dude.
Or Japanese don't let Muslims in their country.
This literally is an old YN, like street level. It may not happen often. It may even be frowned upon, but allow, it happens.
So that's what many.
But that's tradition.
Yes and no. Okay, just a tiny little insert, Big J. Some of that has to do with cultural incompatibility, and some of the suitors not having a respect for the other culture and not having a willingness to try to learn.
Funny you should say that, SKC. I was listening to a show early this morning, and I can barely remember it. I think it was some video. You have to forgive me. I got a cold. Nightish was reviewing.
Oh my God. Yeah. I watched that.
And this is how you'll see what happens here. But Big J just gets all emotional sometimes, and it's really hard to deal with. There's a young black woman saying that she would never consider marrying a white man because she would have to teach that white man what's funny, like say in a movie like, I don't know, Friday or whatever, those, the type of movie I'm talking about. She would have to teach him that humor.
Hold on.
Big J, you correct me, Big J, because I was.
Let's not mention that woman over here.
I don't
who
even
said
know
it.
who it was, to be honest.
I know who Nige was talking about.
This becomes all about Big J and his many, what do you call them? His many head buttings with people. I'm literally talking about, walking into some girl you're dating or vice versa, walking into her Japanese neighborhood or whatever. And this motherfucker is all of a sudden talking about some personal issue he has with someone. I don't even fucking know who said it. I just heard it. And all of a sudden it becomes about some beef. It's really not productive to debate. Okay.
He was defending her
But
ass.
what I'm saying, that culture thing, to build on what SKC said, apparently, even within the Black quote culture, there are people who feel bringing someone outside the culture in some sort of, reproductive relationship, they got to train the outsider to appreciate, the culture of the insider.
Okay.
So it's not just Japanese, is my point. And to be honest, Black culture is part of American culture. There've been a lot. That's why you have the movies and the novels. You'd be surprised about how much white people know about Black culture. Now, some of it is cartoonized. When your white girlfriend keeps going dynamite, that's going to become problematic. She's taking all she knows about Black culture from fucking Good Times. But the bottom line is Black culture. Black culture is not some mysterious unknown thing inside American culture.
Okay. Now about that idiot who said that shit on she's so fucking stupid, right? Now,
I don't care about any of that.
No. Hold on. Because I got a personal beef with that bitch. Okay, so the thing is, right? The thing is, if somebody likes you or loves you or into you, right? I mean, in a legitimate way, you don't have to teach them that damn much. Now, like the only time you're going to teach that person is, I got a nappy head child. How do I do the hair? That's probably the only goddamn
Big J,
thing.
you're the one who brought up the Japanese.
Nah, I have to disagree with you on that one, Big J. I guess just to give you a short.
As somebody raised mixed, go ahead.
Okay, so take for instance, and I hate to do the whole personal thing, I really do, but I'm just using it here just for this case. When we were dating, my wife and I, part of the allure of everything was actually learning different parts of each other's culture and background and all of that, because it gives you insight into who the person is and why they are the way that they are. So the idea of trying to say, I don't even think that you could truly have some deep connection with someone outside of your culture if you don't understand their culture, because that's part of who they are.
And let me be petty, right? Let me be petty, right? What that person was doing is a form of control, because what that person's trying to do is, I want to be petty because I don't like this.
It's like, how do you understand their parents? How do you understand their family makeup? How do you understand different, even linguistic things that could have different meanings.
But SKC, but yet, see, you know what? Let me say it like this. Though. your problem. No, you see, your issue is you're with an Asian woman, right? Asians do not control the United States. Not even historically, United States is not an Asian country, but United States is a European transplant country, translation country. You speak English. You got the Magna Carta, all that stuff, right? So, and we speak a European language, which is Spanish, English, French,
Yeah.
right? Sometimes Portuguese around here, right? So, when she said white, right? Well, how many we had to deal with the white beauty standard, the European beauty standards. That's why I think why the women was kind of coming at you with.
Okay, well, they're talking about a conversation that started Saturday, so I guess I'll have to listen to it because by this time my eyes are glazing over.
The European standards.
Oops, I'm sorry. I must have stopped it.
The beauty standards of beauty, then
I wish he didn't stutter,
half
Stanley.
millennia of slavery,
Make them easier to listen.
compound with the messaging of social media, how the propaganda against black women, and how many black men who join the NBA or NFL usually falls in league with falls in bed with white women.
Okay, but think about how
you are creating a brain drain and a brain rot.
Okay, but think about how wide that net that was just stated was. You just stated brain drain. You just stated top.
Yeah, SKC is going to try and make sense of what Big J was saying, but this is an interesting point. And I'm not a psychologist, so I'm just going to give my personal thoughts on it. But Feelings Hurt says, great point, but it seems that if you prefer another culture, you might feel more aligned with that culture. I don't think that, if you're going to think of culture as software and the humans the hardware, something that SKC and I clashed over, but it seems he's finally got my point. First off, I don't think black culture and white culture in the United States, they're really not that different. Now you can dig deeper and talk about, say, urban culture versus, I don't know, rural New England culture, or you can go out in the sticks in Georgia, redneck culture. But even then, there's going to be crossover. But at a bird's eye view, white culture and black culture, they're fairly aligned. Some of it tragically aligned, but aligned nonetheless. When you start talking some of the non-American cultures that kind of meld into American culture, which tend to be regional, by the way. I think the software that you grew up, your initial programming, if you decided, hey, I'm going to marry an Asian girl, so I'm going to be into Asian culture. Oh, sorry about that. If you decide you're going to marry into Asian culture, look, you are going to be installing patches into your initial software. the culture you grew up with. Maybe the kids will be hybrids, but I don't think you become more aligned, say with Asian culture. If you're going to stay in America, nah, that American culture's on TV, in social media. Just because how to make dumplings, it's not going to change you or realign you. But again, I'm not a psychologist. There may be test cases that I'm wrong or don't know about.
Athletes in the world. You just stated European beauty standards, and then you threw in 500 years of slavery. It's like the net is so wide. Basically, what I was arguing yesterday is that you're throwing everything at the wall, and then hoping that something sticks to convince these people to say no.
No. I'm talking about their argument of how they see you as running away.
That's what I mean. The argument is so wide and ridiculous that it doesn't make any sense.
But you're not understanding because you're married to an Asian woman.
No. Even before I was married, that's why I gave them the argument of when I was young and when I was talking about with Rue about right here in Houston, Texas, about how different things was going on. I didn't tell them anything about being married or why I chose my wife or any of that stuff. I didn't have that conversation.
Yeah, and just because you marry somebody outside your race, that doesn't negate a Black experience you had growing up.
Correct.
No. Right. I'm not dismissing that because I understand where you're coming from, SKC, when you talk about Fifth Ward and how Fifth Ward has been economically declining and culturally declining. I understand that point, but what people are looking at is a psychological aspect of on how you view your own people, and then escaping to. Oh, I'm talking about on both sides of this, right? How some people view you as running away based on some type of psychology.
Right. Now think about
as a no better yet. Let me put it in a better way. As a coping mechanism, running to another race of a woman is a sign of a coping mechanism to cure or cure whatever shame you have of what happened in what part of the world you come from.
Now watch this, Big J. Watch this. I know a guy who comes from a strong Black background in the South, was his education, he is, I would give him at least an A tier. Military trained. Stanley, did you feel that when you chose your wife, that you had to do so at the demerit of Black women?
No. As a matter of fact, I was dating a Black woman when I met her. I just liked her better.
And there we go. It's just that simple. People try to make it out to be all of these other things when all you have to do is just use Occam's razor.
He kind of caught me off guard there. I wouldn't think, other than how am I going to tell the woman I'm dating that I'm moving on? It was about her specifically. It wasn't about Black women in general. I just liked my wife better. I mean, instantly I knew that everything else should be pushed to the side. This idea some people don't want to be Black, I'm sure that is the case, but not being a psychologist or anything like that, I want to say that there aren't that many who are that ashamed of their skin color. And even if they are, I don't care. That's a them problem.
meshed with we were more in line with each other than other people were. Same thing with Stanley, same thing with a whole bunch of other people, but they never want to just settle at that. It always has to
Well,
be,
I want to
no,
let me
that was
add a
something else.
caveat right
at the
quick.
same time,
I was
but at
a,
the same
let me add a quick caveat. I was a lot older, so
Hey,
nobody
don't
was
forget
telling
me.
me nobody
That's
was
the
telling
same
me
thing.
shit. I simply liked her better, and I feel I made the right choice. Have never regretted it.
And that simple thing right there of you having the free will to choose whoever you wanted to choose. Same thing with Deacon Dave. It is as if the challengers could never even ask the question of, hey, why did you choose this? And then be settled with that answer. They never ask that question. It's always these other assumptions of other things going into, psychopathy and all. It's like, whatever, man.
But
It's a very easy answer. I liked
SKC,
her.
but SKC, I'm going to have to call bullshit on you though.
How so?
I would respect it if he wasn't SYSBM.
What does that have to do with anything?
Come on, I just showed you what SBM is about, right? SBM, SYSBM is what? SKC.
Save yourself, black man.
Save yourself from what?
Well, from my opinion, it's always been from defunct culture.
Right. But if you read the tenets, because I showed you the tenets on slaveandevil.com, because your boy wrote the 23 tenets of SYSBM, and it says, avoid black women, and then it said avoid white women and Asian women who hangs around with black women.
But it also has a caveat. But it also has a caveat in there. I'm just stating.
You can't say that when you are part of that. That's why I have to call bullshit on it.
Okay, well, read the fine print then, because does it not have the caveat in stating that there are exceptions to all of this?
Well, with those exceptions are not the rule though. According to the tenets, the 23, 24 tenets of SYSBM.
Yeah, what it's mainly aiming around is behavior and conduct. It's not just some sort of just racial designation. But
wait a minute. It says white women who are friends with black women, avoid them. That was, I think that was 20 or 21 or something like that. I forgot. I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah. And then it goes into the rationale of why, and it talks about behavior. But that's what I'm saying so far.
How many black women hang around with white women? How many white women hang around with black women like that?
Well, and even further, it also states that it says that anybody can embody certain cultural behaviors. So it's not just across the board, some sort of racial designation. And we've had this conversation, and I've told you a billion times before.
You tried to make it your no. You know what? I'm sorry. Explain your avatar then, because I'm glad somebody said in the chat room. Explain your avatar then. So if you're not running away, what's your avatar about then?
Do you know what that avatar is?
A runaway slave.
Right. And who is the plantation? The community.
Right. But
wanting you to think and behave a certain way, and it's like, nah, I gotta pack up my bags and get away from this stuff, man.
Oh, you see what I'm just saying? You said you wasn't running. Hold on. You said you wasn't running, and now you justifying that like you're running. Oh my God.
Big J, let me just play devil's advocate.
Okay.
Because to be honest, SKC and I disagree on plenty of things.
Mm-hmm.
But what's the alternative to running away from something that you believe is toxic or detrimental? Staying?
Be like me. Don't get
well, tell me about you.
don't play into their fucking game. Because I said this the other night. There are a lot of women that claim to love you, but they don't respect you.
So
I went through a litany of women I've been with who do not respect my black ass. They claim they love me and shit, or like me, or care for me, but they don't respect your ass.
So Big J, are you trying to say?
Don't play into the game.
So are you trying to tell me, Big J, that I should have done what you did instead of getting married early in college, and now having my 4 kids and our house and extended relatives and friends, and now being able to be on extended vacation and so forth? It's like, hang in now with the sisterhood. It's like, what?
But the difference is between me and you, SKC.
Yeah,
is you come from a black community, right? You come from a black part of Houston, right? At Fifth Ward. You moved out.
No. Let's clarify something. Let's clarify something real quick. My grandparents lived in Fifth Ward, and when they moved there, it was not a primary, a majority black neighborhood.
But Fifth Ward
it turned that way. It turned that way.
Black, right? But Fifth Ward
and my parents lived.
Hold on. The Fifth Ward been black since 1866.
Okay, man. If you want to believe that,
look at the history of the place. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. But yeah, it's like we lived. My parents lived on the. I don't want to give away. Yeah, I don't want to give away everything. But
the outskirts of Fifth Ward.
Yeah. We lived probably, maybe 20 minutes away or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, but I spent a lot of time there because I had a lot of relatives and things there.
Mm-hmm.
And then the majority of my, I would say probably from middle school on up, was in a primarily white area.
Okay, let me say this though, SKC. I think there's 2 different types of black men who goes into interracial relationships, right? There are those like you who are from the inner city or close to the inner city, who are seeking to escape from because how I'm gonna say it. You try to escape from the community because of the attitudes and cultures of the people inside of said community, right? And particularly how black women.
Nah, it wasn't for me. No thing about no black women. I just saw black people in general, and it wasn't an idea about quote unquote escaping. I mean, I'll give away a bit of the.
You just contradicting yourself, SKC.
Well,
contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
No, I'm not. There's a big difference between Stanley versus the world's Dragon Ball Z avatar and who he actually is, and to try to pin his entire lifestyle based upon a Goku style avatar is insane. I know people are trying to do.
I didn't make it was a gift,
right? And I know everybody's trying to do everything possible to try to trip a person up or to say, "Oh, I got you," but it's an avatar. We're online. I've trolled before in different things. But if we're sitting and having a man-to-man conversation, and I'm sitting up and saying, you know what, to give away a little bit of the tea, from pretty much 6th grade on, I was pretty much probably 1 or 2 or 4 dots in my entire school. So it's like, what are we talking about?
Okay, the last time you did a YouTube video was 2023. I remember this because I responded because you actually responded to my video about hair weave, right? You remember that?
I don't remember, but go ahead.
Yeah, it was around like April, May of 2023. Because I remember
Okay.
because I had to anyway. I had my
Okay.
own personal problems, but I was talking about hair weave. I was talking about you. I was going in on you about hair weave and shit. How y'all niggas like to complain about hair weave. As somebody who been with white women, right? They wear more hair weave than black women do.
Okay, well, if you want to,
no.
I disagree with that.
No.
I hate when people say that, but I disagree vehemently.
No. White women wear more hair weave than black women do. I'm sorry. I got as me being around white women. They do. Y'all, just look at Pearl and her hair. Look at one day that hair is thin, the next day is thick. You know when she got stitches and shit in that fucking head. That's the stitches and shit.
You know, I don't know that much about Pearl, and I'm certainly not going to defend her. But I will defend white women. I don't think Pearl defines white women in general.
I know well, that's true. That's true. But what I'm saying is white women wear just as much as hair weave as as their black female counterparts do.
I don't even think that. I think that if I was to cede that argument to you, I don't even think that that's the problem that the dudes have.
That's been the argument.
No, the dudes are talking about more or less texture.
No. Black men been talking about hair weave. Black. The first every time I come online, black men, Tommy Sotomayor especially, always talking about well, she wearing weave.
Right. Right, okay. But I think a lot of that has to do with, and as someone who's heard Sotomayor say the thing, what he'll say is that white women wear weave too, or extensions and so forth, but it looks like their hair. It looks like the stuff that grows out of their head.
Well, wait a minute. Then how come white men and the white man are all talking about blue hair and green hair bitches and shit?
Yeah, they do, because the majority don't wear blue and green and pink, and the majority of white women don't do that.
But blue and green hair is not a natural hair color.
Right, but they talk about that because they say that is a sign of liberalism. But the ones that be marching in the various protests and stuff, they tend to have those colored hair and all that crap.
Right. But those women are what? Half of the country, right?
No, not by far.
No, well, I mean, what I'm saying is, when it comes to women, Democrat versus Republican, it's 50-50, right?
Well, I think that the women, though, especially the white women, proved differently. This last couple of election sections.
Hey, Chocolate.
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good. Doing better.
Do I sound low?
No, you sound fine.
Oh, okay, good. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I rarely get in these sorts of discussions because my views tend to be a little, I think, well-founded.
I know what you mean. I know what you're really saying, but okay.
But not necessarily mainstream. But I think I'm right. Most people don't understand what culture is. However, sorry, SKC, while we differ politically, he's very good talking culture, black culture in particular. So that's why I went up there. I tend to agree with him.
Okay.
And
sounds like that cough is still hanging on.
Well, it's hanging on. But if I'm not talking, it's fine.
Okay, so don't talk to me. Let's play. You can continue to play.
All right.
I'm talking about since 2000 on up till today, it's 50-50 on by the aggregate.
Okay, but the majority of white women don't run around with pink and blue hair.
Yes, they do.
Okay, maybe you know something that I don't. I'll see to Stanley's wisdom on this.
But the point I'm trying
over
to make.
what wisdom? I look, and it's really been my YouTube experience. I refuse to take some one or two examples of a blue-haired this and say white women. No, I know there are exceptions to the rule. I consider the blue-haired types. I consider the Cynthia G's, just to move the goalpost a little bit. I consider them exceptions, not the rule.
Yeah.
When I see a Cynthia G thing, I never go, black women think this.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you, and I think one of the issues, like when you were stating earlier that how you said, I think you were comparing this idea of when people say, oh, Asian people do this or Jewish people do this and such, as if there aren't a quite diverse set of subgroups within those categories that need to be fully understood before making some broad statement like that. I think it applies to this situation as well.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of outside looking in. I think you make mistakes when you make broad assumptions like that.
Yeah.
I don't even like comparing. I call them Cali blacks. I think there's so much diversity just within quote black culture that I have huge problems with going black people are this, black people are that.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay. But can you?
Hey, what's up, MOT?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
Hey,
I
how
get
you doing,
accused of
man?
some. How's it going, Charlie? I get accused of some of the stuff that the framing that Big J tried to put on SKC, and that's just not the case. I mean, I just to dodge bad outcome, and I think the women are fucked up because the men fucked them up, and they did it on purpose. If you give any group of women an ocean load of unreciprocated attention with no responsibility, you'll destroy any culture. And these men are doing it right now with the gender war.
Well, I don't think. Well, number one, this particular discussion isn't particularly about the gender war. It's really more culture at a more removed level. What I'm saying, and I think SKC's saying, is that I never, and I learned this. Well, I knew it before. I don't know. It's maybe it's just the way I was trained in the military, and trained to be some sort of scientist. You just don't make broad assumptions like that. You open yourself up to error, and just saying, I've gotten to a point to where when I see YouTube panels, I generally don't even think they're a part of black culture, to be honest. I think we got a bunch of exceptions that have figured out how to meet each other on YouTube panels. Like I will say later in this video, I would never send a young man for any sort of advice from these YouTube panels.
Of course not. And you have to understand that because men are so far behind, this is the new masculinity that is cropped up in place of traditional masculinity. And for some reason, they think they're not a mirror opposite of the women that they're actually talking about.
I just wanted to add to the moment of where's the representation of what a traditional man and a traditional black man looks like. We have not seen that since when?
Well, in a perfect world, it would be the man you grew up with. These days, not so much.
No,
Well, even
the Delta
then, even
November is
those
clearly
days.
the man right now that everybody wants to be. Clearly.
No, I guess I just feel like when that statement is made, I feel as though, okay, I understand the disappointments or what the era has brought, but I also say for us as a community, the representation has not been there. Now, whether
Okay,
you believe
well,
that it has an effect,
I
I
don't
wasn't
think
saying you,
I don't
Stanley.
think.
I know
Hold
this.
on one
I
second.
know you don't
I
agree.
don't
Yes.
think. I don't think. Well, if you know what my disagreement is, that's fine. Because I don't
No,
think
go ahead.
I don't think anything gets done as a community in these United States. There are communities. If I walked outside right now and I've got black and white neighbors, if I gathered up all my black neighbors and say, "Oh, hey, let's go plow this field," that is something that the black community is going to get accomplished, maybe. But this idea that there needs to be some representative uh,
No,
to
no,
the
no, no, no,
whole
no. Hold
black
on.
community.
Hold on. That is not what I say. That's not what I mean when I talk
Okay,
about
well,
representation.
well, then clarify.
I'm happy to. When I talk about representation, I talk about the same things we grew up with. Yes, we had different homes. Yes, if you had parents, some father, mother, whatever. And then, of course, too, outside of that, our television, our music, our movies.
Mhm.
There were no regular black male, like influences that was not an
Role models.
entertainer of some type. We didn't
Okay,
get to
well,
see black
let me help
scientists
you out
or
with that. I don't think there should have been.
okay,
You need
well,
to.
that's not helping me, but I understand your
Well,
opinion.
it's not helping you because I disagree with your point. I
And
mean,
that's
and,
right.
and
That's
let me
fine.
just use me. Let me just use me as an example. And I've said this many times. I'm a very lucky old elder gentleman now. My father's still around. I even have my father-in-law who's white. Bottom line is that I never looked outside of my home for a male representative, like a stand-up black family man. I
But you didn't have
saw,
to.
I saw,
To your
right. I
point.
didn't have to. And it's unfortunate. That is the problem. The problem isn't there are no black male stand-up representatives. The problem
Well, I don't
is
mean,
they're needed.
I mean,
Let me
okay.
finish. The problem is the necessity, not that there's no one meeting the necessity. That is the problem. The necessity.
That is one of the problems. But again, I stand in a place, and I think, again, you are confusing what I'm saying with another form of representation. I just mentioned what I said, regardless of how
Okay,
we were equally
I don't
raised
think
in
there should be
America.
people. I don't think
Okay,
there
sir,
should
I
be.
got you. If I could finish,
I'm
then
a
you could
very I'm
get.
a very Charles Barkley kind of guy.
Yes. Okay. And
He had no intentions of being a role model, and I
okay.
don't think there should be role models.
Well, there should
That
be.
that
And that's
that
where
that
we disagree.
we need role models is the
We
problem.
do.
That is
We
the
do.
problem. Not that
Why?
not
Every
that
other
they're none.
culture
Do
has
you
has
understand my point?
but why would you shoot down? Why is it so different for us? Why is it such a
I don't
pushback?
think it's different
All
for
I'm
us.
saying, it is different for us. Because
How
again,
so?
we you might not have grown up the way I grew up. Okay? And I'm
Hmm.
I'm gonna put it that way. I'm using myself. I was a
Hmm.
latchkey kid. I was a kid that had to get up in the morning, take care of my younger sister, get her off to school, and then go to school myself, get home, wait for my mom to get home.
Mhm.
I grew up very different. I grew up taking care of people out the rip. So whether you do
Mhm.
agree with me as far as whether it's we should or shouldn't have, being a boots on the ground person and not just speaking from a space of an avatar, I will stand in the
Did you
fact that
not
we do.
you've mentioned your father before.
Yeah, but I didn't say he was a great man. I just said my father gave me information. My father did try to give me advice, but I lost my
Mhm.
father at 18.
Okay, well let
He
me
wasn't
let me just
there.
make
You know what I mean?
sure
But I'm
let
not
me
even
make
talking about that.
let me
I
make sure you and I
strictly
actually understand my position. I don't disagree with you personally. I disagree with your position. The
yes, I
premise
understand that.
that it's a problem that there's no one out there and on media, social media, past, present. Um, you and I disagree on that. I don't think it's necessary, maybe even destructive,
Did you
because
watch TV
I
growing up?
think the perfect example of people who wanted to call Bill Cosby America's dad,
Mm-hmm.
how that all turned out is a tragedy. Thank God maybe people were looking up to Bill Cosby as America's dad, because
They did.
I've heard that term used many times.
My
I
grandfather
think
hated
that
Bill Cosby.
I think that is the outcome when you start putting some dude, some entertainer up on a pedestal. The
Well, that was his
tragedy
thing.
is the need for a Bill Cosby,
I don't know why
not
you don't
Bill
have to
Cosby
emphasize
himself.
your words. I got your premise.
Because it's what I do.
I know. And so this is what I do. And I would like you to respect that and let me finish.
I
And then
totally
anybody else,
respect it. I just
thank
think
you.
you're wrong.
Please, but let me finish if you think I'm wrong. If you think I'm wrong, let me finish. Don't jump in and you haven't gotten the
Okay,
rest of the
ma'am, don't criticize my style.
sir. I will.
Just
I will, just what
go
you
ahead
did.
and finish. You have the floor.
For those of us who grew up with younger siblings, younger brothers, and in that particular era of time in the 80s and 90s, the representation that we had was a lot different than what we have now. And again, I'll reiterate, I'm talking about the things outside of your home. I'm talking about the different role models and people that you met and all those type of things, like career day and those type of things happen growing up. So there has always, they try to give us representation. Okay, here's a black doctor, here's a black this and that. And I know a lot of people don't agree with that, and I get that. But just to land, what I'm talking about when representation, I'm talking about from our children to, like I said, movies, media, the whole nine, not even social media. I'm talking about shows or cartoons. We don't even have toys that we make for our kids. So that's why I say representation
You done?
of this idealism. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
I think all that is unnecessary.
Can I give my perspective on it?
Oh, please do.
All right. So the reason why my grandfather hated entertainers because he hated people playing to be accomplished. Where you could just simply take your ass out there and be accomplished. He hated the role model thing because the role model thing should have been who put you here. And if you don't look up to working class people and you decide to assimilate, which is what most of these people did, they assimilated into wanting other representation that was close to where they were, as broken as they were. They wanted to embody the fact that they didn't have to move that far in order to be something else. And that's what happened here. Like, that's why you needed role models and, basketball players and none of that. It would have been easy to be far easier to be working class. Working class, solve those problems, don't have a bunch of kids, have time equity to invest in things so that way you could do more things. But people wanted to make a lot of money, put out a couple albums. had nothing to do with moving the culture forward. Had nothing to do with moving the people forward. It was about an individualist mind state of creating as much dysfunction and comfort as possible and leave the mess for somebody else to clean up. That's why I never bought into the actual we need more role models. Like, no, the role models start inside the household, the educational system. The educational system can take you everywhere far, except for maybe entertainment. But you could go real far and being a working class person. I mean, it's just that most of these people just assimilate. I mean, look at what's on YouTube now. A bunch of stupid motherfuckers talking about relationships. Not the women, because the women benefit from relationships primarily. That's why they get to talk about relationships, because they benefit from it primarily. Men talk about relationships make absolutely no sense whatsoever. But that's how you have this kind of right.
Deacon Dave, you go, and then I'm going to wrap it up. This particular point, Deacon Dave, you got something to add?
No, not yet. I got some thoughts, but I don't know if I should share them because I come off offensive when I start talking.
No, you should share them.
Well, I've already been called socially awkward in the chat, so you probably won't be worse.
Not because I don't want to come at Miss Chocolate. I'm not coming at you, but I'm just saying this is in general. Like when I listen to women talking,
oh Lord,
I also have to ask, especially when they're asking something of somebody else. I have to ask, are they being as positive as they're expecting these men to be?
Yes. Yes. Thank you for
because a
asking.
lot of,
Yes, I am. Yes, sir. I am.
See, that wasn't to cut you off at the knees or nothing like that. But
No, even if you whatever you said, I'm not. I want to let you know I know where I'm at. I know how y'all are. So it's gravy. I have to let it be what it is. You don't have to agree with me. I don't come up here for people to agree with me. So you're good. Please don't feel like you can't say nothing because I'm around.
No. It's not that. It's out of respect. I mean, I do respect you, and I don't want you to take it personal. But there are women who do have higher expectation than what they're putting out, and somewhere in the world, there's a guy that's just running the hell away from them while they're putting all these expectations out in the atmosphere of what guys should be, and we need this and the symbolism, and then you hurry up to do something, and you have a bad example of what needs to be symbolic for everybody else to follow, such as like a guy like Bill Cosby and other entertainers, and they're just not role models in their real life with MLK.
Well, that's
Stanley, how about that one?
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. We utilize a lot as standards and what we grade people by, whether that's in your house or outside of the house. This is something humans do. However, it's not it's not disrespectful to speak your mind. And to answer your question again, yes, I am that positive, and I have created and are creating programs utilizing the technology to help underserved people in this country.
And I was just about to say that should it should manifest in somebody else. If you're being the change that you want to see, are you the example to anybody else? Or are you just begging for somebody to be example to you or other people? For what reason, and what's the end of that? Like,
again, as I stated before, Brian had a good example when he was growing up. The show Julia was on. I think what I'm gathering from you guys is some kind of leader. I'm asking some man to be a leader or to be MLK or Malcolm X. No, I didn't say that. I said we need representation. And where my head is this, I'm looking at the numbers. I'm not just going off my emotions. I've looked up the statistics for what is available for Black children in America. On and off line.
And my position is that that's their parents' responsibility. Like,
just let me ask you a question. That's their parents' responsibility, but their parents' responsibility also too, and probably, is that they have to work. Their kids go to school. They have to make sure that they have health care and that they're okay. And so we live in a society where both parents have to work.
Okay,
And as
well
I was trying
let
to
me hop in
I'm
to that
no, you're good.
specific
I'm
point.
done. Yeah, you're
That is not particularly a black problem. Okay, the poverty, two parents have to work extra jobs. That's not specific to. It might be more
I'm
of
talking
it.
about now. Now. That's what I meant.
I'm talking about now too. That's not a particularly black American problem. That class thing, and I'm not going to get knee deep into it, but the point I want to make is that I've said this several times before, it is incumbent if you, well, number one, you talked about statistics. I don't know if it's true or not, but supposedly the CDC says that Black American male parents are more involved than other demographics. I don't know whether it's true or not. It's just something I'll throw out there. The second thing is, I know this from personal experience, and I was luckier than most single mothers out there. But if you're a single mother and you know that, hey, this boy is going to need some male influence, you as a parent need to figure out how to get that compensation, that balance into your son's life. I am I grew up again when my family sat down to watch Bill Cosby. I wasn't comparing Bill Cosby to my father. He was just a character on TV. I literally never looked at Bill Cosby as anything more than the dude who dances at the start of the show. The problem is the need for this kind of representation, not that we don't have it. Because I think if we did have it, we'd still be in the same situation.
No, so that does go into my point when I've directed it at her or women in general, because they do have the responsibility to holding that family together. Why would you look outward when you are the answer to this problem moving forward, being that example to your offspring and holding your family together?
Are you speaking in general? You're speaking in general, right?
Yeah,
Or was
yeah,
that
I'm
for me?
definitely speaking in general.
Yeah, I don't think you have kids, do you?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. All right. It sounded kind of specific, but okay. All right, yeah, generalized. All right, so this is what I'm saying. Uh, I think that regardless, people wanted bad outcomes because it was easy. It was easier than taking basic responsibility and fixing one's health. I'm sorry. There was working class people here in the manosphere, doctors here, lawyers here, all types of stuff. You know what they actually supported? Regardless of everything else, they supported effery and nonsense in the relationship talk. So it doesn't matter whether it was hip hop, R&B, basic entertainment, or anything else. It's still an individual choice and decision. And being a damn fool is what these people wanted to aspire to because it was easy. And I don't think there should be overcompensation to help these people. I think people should go off, be accomplished, have a great life, and not leaving their actual representation to people who play accomplished on TV. That stuff is hard work that you can do on your own.
Is that
You don't have to wait for it.
Chocolate Earth, we can't hear you.
Oh no,
You
it's
said
okay.
something that you
I'm
cut
done.
off. No.
It's okay.
No. I want to hear what you have to say. I want to hear.
Oh no. It's okay. It really is because I mean, I guess
I want to have this conversation. I want to have this
I
uncomfortable.
guess what I don't want to do is the gender bang thing. That really is insulting.
We're not.
Because no. I didn't say you, man, of tomorrow. Just mentioning of it with Deacon Dave kind of put it in this place where this is, all, women, this is what they want to do.
Yeah, well, Deacon Dave sometimes has a boutique view of of this stuff. He does not represent the opinion of the host. I don't think it's even that much of a gender problem.
No, I don't. I just wanted it to be clear that me being a woman has nothing to do with why I feel the way that I do about working with adults or working with children, because I've done both. So I feel how I feel. I come from a biased place, and I don't have a problem with saying that. So just as though I can have the conversation, I'm happy to. And whether you believe or not, man of tomorrow, that underserved people don't deserve help.
That's not what I said.
Well, you said that these people don't need any extra. Am I paraphrasing that wrong?
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I am saying that. I'm sorry.
It's not a gotcha. I really want to understand, like, for real.
No. Like, I don't think they need help because they make this value choice and argument every time they get to choose. This is why I'm saying that now, government programs to help people out in certain situations, yeah, I do agree with that. That's the type of help I am talking about. But like the trajectory type thing, that stuff is still personal. It's still personal.
Well, I guess, like, for instance, you will respond how you respond, but there are 25 million people, whatever color you may say, that don't have a high school diploma. 25 million as of last year. Well, I thought, why do they not have one? And if it's important, then why don't they have one? And what I found was there's a lot of adults, people who are over the age, obviously, of, I think it's about 25, I think, and up in this group. So before I read those statistics, I had been working on a couple of projects for some other people, and I ended up coming across this article about them needing tradesmen as we get into the next 5 years. And I thought, okay, well, let me see what the info is about that. So, long story short, I ended up going down to the rabbit hole and found out that you can teach adults, and you can also help them gain a trade. And the government pays for each of those people to become better.
Can I interrupt you just briefly?
No, you're good. I'm done.
My son's high school, which he's been out of for a couple years, it was pretty damn impressive. This is like, a newish high school, but dude, the trade school had like a wing of the school. These programs are out there. I sometimes, and this is just me, I'm not going to bring in statistics because I don't know them, but I suspect that a lot of this trade talk, it's people who don't want to be helped. I mean, they're in Georgia, they're telling you pretty much once you get in high school, you can start learning your trade in 9th grade if you're a go-getter.
Yes.
So
and that's the program that I do in the South now.
Right. If parents aren't encouraging that 9th grader who already knows he's not going to college, if they aren't on his ass or her ass to learn to get that trade degree, dude, you can walk up across that high school stage with a trade certificate or whatever it is and your diploma in one crossing of that stage.
Yeah. That's all
So
I'm saying.
if people don't want it, is my
that's not true.
Impression.
And I understand that's your opinion, but my opinion is that's not true.
Okay.
Based off of the evidence that I've been able to find, the people I've been able to talk to. So yeah.
No, I don't. I think that doesn't convince me you got an accurate.
I'm not trying to convince you. I'm not, because if I tried to, then you're gonna. I don't want to go there. What I feel is what I feel. However, the numbers.
Good. Well, I don't let's put what
all I
you
was talking
feel.
about was this
Let's
trade
put what
school.
you feel.
Please
Let's
don't jump
put what
on
you
that.
feel against. Okay, ma'am. Let's put what you feel against what I literally said. I'm not bringing stats in because I don't know them. It's what you feel against what I feel, and that's pretty much it. We feel
No, it's
differently.
not. If I'm available to knowing that there's statistics out there, I
You
can't prove
said
what I'm
feelings.
saying.
Oh, okay. I'm
No, I
sorry.
said
You
I
said something. You said it's how you feel. Can you really feel about statistics?
since you want to go there,
Yes, I'm going to
yeah,
be
I guess you
persnickety.
can. No, I don't really
Do you
care.
have the
It's fine.
stats or do you have your feelings?
I do. I have both. And I
All
can
right,
have both.
chocolate.
Period. Yes.
Chocolate.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm on the side of I'm on your side and Stanley's side. But the side that I'm on Stanley's side on is okay, I have a highly growing staffing agency in like let's just call it underserved areas in the South. Let's just call it what it is. Because people don't have transportation, a whole bunch of, second world issues that stop them or prevent them from coming into the workforce. So I walk in there and I solve most of these problems for them. So from Stanley's point of view, is they don't want it. But from your point of view, there are people who will take that help if it is given to them to get to that next level. So I'm on both sides of this argument. Does that
Well, are
make
we
sense?
talking
Or
adults who are changing careers?
no, we're
I did
talking
say
adults,
adults.
period.
Yeah, I said adults. I said 25 and up because there's
Okay,
programs
but
up until the
I'm
age of
still thinking,
24,
how do you get to be
15.
25 and not know that
Sir,
the
I
help
don't
is there?
know. But there's
Like
25 million
Stanley,
people who don't have a
Stanley,
diploma.
it's
That's all I
environmental,
was
man.
talking
It is environmental. It is
I see.
completely environmental. It is. I mean, as bad as you think, as much as I thought, like there was a lot that I didn't understand until I got hands on. But I used to be all the way your way, and then I started providing these things, and then I started seeing things Chocolate Earth's way. It's like once most of them youngsters got their opportunity, they left immediately. It's just that the opportunity wasn't there for them to leave. It's like me. I was warned about or told about the Mississippi about the Air Force. Like as soon as my father had died, my grandfather was trying to get me the hell out of the city. All the coaches were trying to get me the hell out of the city. Before that moment, I wasn't thinking about any of that. College, nothing. Future, nothing. I was just trying to live and survive and didn't have it figured out until that opportunity came, and I started taking things very seriously once I did get the opportunity. So, and I saw myself leaving that place, which wasn't a hard thing, but it was the hardest thing in the world for me because it was environmental. You didn't see a bunch of people leaving. You seen a bunch of people staying with menial jobs. There was no path or structure outside that. Grandfather retired, father, out of here. You didn't know how to get a CEO, and information wasn't
Right.
passed down to that area of the actual city. So what I do now is I kind of move from kind of your standpoint of view to putting it out there on a chocolate herb type of setting. And the people who come get it, get it. And the people who don't want to get it, I understand why they don't want to get it. A lot of people are comfortable where they're at, and they don't want to hear the
Well,
good news
yeah,
that you have the things over with for them
yeah,
and a
I
new
get
life
your
for them.
point. But see,
Right.
I'm really like, you're absolutely right. I see your point. If they want it, they'd be out getting it. If you have to go and you have to motivate people at 25 to, hey, let's go get a trade, dude, that's not me. That's Chocolate
But
Earth.
yeah, I mean, but just the comfortability that the environments break these people down. It's the environment that these people are in that really,
Mhm.
like what the manosphere has turned into. That stuff is happening on the local level with breaking the spirits of actual children. There are people in that community who want nothing more than to have company. They do not want to socialize these people into thinking that's a better life, that there's better circumstances, situations that they can actually um, go to. And sometimes being offered the deliberate choice is when they make the change. That's what I've seen. Now I've come a long way from not really
Now,
caring at all, But once I started seeing the people having a choice on the table, they immediately left. It wasn't even a question about whether they were.
Let
Can I
me
just add
address. Uh, let me just address feelings hurt right quick. Um, Georgia isn't the only school with a Hope Scholarship, but let me tell you what my point is. I know in the South, especially these right to work states where they're eager.
Oh
You know,
God.
they just put a battery, Kia or one of those Hyundai, somebody right along I-16 into Savannah. There's a huge plant. They want people in trade school to supply these new plants that they're ruining the environment with.
may I just if I add with that, and just the factual piece of it, to teach someone a trade in this country, the government covers that for them. If of course, if they qualify, but there's even to the nonprofit if they offer it, because what I looked for was a way that everyone can eat at the table, meaning the school, the student, and the mentor that we are putting them with, because they have to have the hours so that they can take their test. But we can take care of virtually the theory, the definitions, all the little things that maybe outside laws, understanding that kind of stuff, that by government standards can be taught, and you can put them with a mentor, 18 plus, of course, and then they learn a trade or have a trade. That's also the case in AI security. That's a big thing too, that can be trained virtually. So that's all. I just wanted to, add that to it.
Right. So where I was going with this, um, going into high school, Georgia has a Hope Scholarship. I'm sorry to tell you this, but maintaining a B average in high school these days, it ain't that hard. Um, and parents have to be motivated uh, and keep on these kids. But if you get a 3.0, you can get your technical school paid for. If you don't have it by the time you're out of high school, it can be paid for. Speaking of the government. So I am a little bit more hardline. And by the way, the Hope Scholarship in Georgia, it's been here for decades. So even if you're 25, my son's 20, you graduated 5 years, and I know this is very anecdotal, and I'm not pretending it's some universal, but a 25-year-old isn't that much older than my son. These opportunities are there. And I don't care about the state, which state offers what. I'm saying the opportunities are there. Um, if we know that there's a problem out there, and I hear plenty of people talking about, the boomers this and the boomers that. Well, the boomers left you a Hope Scholarship. Take advantage of it.
Well, I don't say that. My parents were boomers. I think
I
again,
don't have that boomer argument either because my parents were
yeah.
great. I don't have the
My mother
stereotypical
was a
boomer
single.
argument.
Yeah, my mother was a single mother, even though she was married.
Well, I
My
get
dad
I
was
get booted
around when
off
he
of Big
wanted to be.
J's.
You know.
I get booted off of Big J's panel apparently, or eventually, because
Oh my.
I think that boomer argument is just lazy thinking.
I mean, I think it's another thing that people don't want to say. And I'm sorry, Stanley, but if your parents wasn't shit, then you shouldn't be complaining about boomers. If your parents wasn't shit,
Wait.
you should have overcompensated to the point to where nobody's going to have trajectory over your life. Period.
I just want to your guys' point, again, and I appreciate that, man. Tomorrow, however, I have kind of gotten to the place, and I know this is going to sound horrible, But I've gotten to the place that I'm very like duck repellent to the negative pieces of no, they already got it, or no, they don't need it, and no, their people don't want it. I had to, because there are people who need it and are people who want it, and sometimes shit happens. So I'm not gonna sit up and point my finger because a 25-year-old got a high school diploma. I don't know their life. All I'm saying is that I am happy that we are able to offer an option. We're going through the ESA program through the state of Arizona, because they're asking
There
if
are
there
so
wasn't a
many
problem.
opportunities for
But
young
hold on, I'm
people.
not talking about, I said 20, I'm talking about adults, Stan.
Correct. I'm talking about 25-year-olds too.
Okay.
You know, they'll take you in the military up until you're 30 something.
No, everybody doesn't want to do that.
Okay, I don't care about that.
I
Okay,
understand you don't
I
care.
am not the sort of person who cares what the solution is. I just know there are
Well,
multiple
then I need to be
solutions.
quiet
And
then.
I just do not. You're an option as well. Your programs, your company, all that stuff is an option too. I'm just not going to be one to sit here and listen to a 25-year-old whine because he can't get ahead because he had shitty parents. I'm just
But
not going
nobody
to do
said
it.
that. Nobody
I
said
didn't
that,
say
or
it.
no one's
Okay,
asking you to do that.
ma'am. I'm
I'm
not
here.
saying you said it.
I can hear you
I'm not
fine.
saying you said it. I am saying there are people who do that. So finish what you got, and then we'll move on.
No, I'm done. I think it was
Dr.
bad
Irvin.
tomorrow to speak.
No, I want to talk to you about this on your show, about this specific topic.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
Uh,
it. Was he talking to me or for you? I
Yeah,
missed
yeah,
it.
yeah.
yeah, he's
Yes,
talking to you.
yeah. Yeah, I want to talk to you
Okay, go
about
ahead.
this specific topic on your show. Because I want
About,
to go
say it again.
be actually providing the opportunity regardless.
So
Peace.
yes, because I'm a big nerd. What I was saying was I went down the rabbit hole, discovered that I could create a virtual trade school. So I created the school, I created the app. So now we're doing the run throughs, testing it out for everything. So it is being submitted to the state as well so that we could use it. We have a lot of people, because we have federal prisons, we're right near the border. We have a lot of reentry people that need programs that they may have the program, but it may be full or a waiting list, because that's what's been happening because the funding has been cut. So that's where I went with it.
Oh, okay. That's what's up. I mean, I
I'm
would
happy
like to
to
step
share.
in.
I'm happy. Yeah, I'm happy to give you the link. You can go play around on it. It's ready to be used. We just want to make sure everything is perfect, that there's no issue. We all doing it by the book, and there it is. And no one has to go anywhere. You don't got to worry about a building. And you can take the monies, because this is why I did it this way, because after I found out all of that, I was like, wait a minute, then let's do the numbers until the money is $7,500 per person. We run a virtual school. We don't need all of that money. So
Doesn't
it
even take all
gives,
that kind of money to teach people to be kids.
yeah, exactly. But this is what the government is encouraging as far as the different, like for the federal grants, because we are going to need the people. So, I mean, I'm just one of many options. I just thought, let's offer a virtual option for those who necessarily can't go to school the traditional way, or go to a night class or even a day class. That's where we're going. So why not take advantage of, that opportunity with the technology? That's it.
Yeah.
But if you like it, I'll get you the link, man, tomorrow. Just let me know if you want to look at it.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I look at it. it may be a sidebar conversation of taking away from the main topic, but I like this type of subject. But
It's not particularly taking away.
oh,
I'll get the link
So
and you guys can play. And yeah, I know you want to play the video, so yeah, I know.
yeah.
It's not that great, but it was something to talk about.
Fine, black culture, SKC.
No, I don't think that anybody can. In fact, that's why I don't even.
Then why you talk about the culture then? If you can't define it,
I talk about a particular subset, community culture.
Then what?
Which is why it's called community anthropology.
Right.
It literally has the descriptor before.
Okay, if we're talking about the community, right? What are the behaviors in the community you disapprove of?
Oh, there's tons of them, and I've talked about them on many occasions.
Give me at least.
Well, can I give one?
Sure.
Thinking that there is a black community, singular.
Okay. Yeah, that's one of them. That collective mind, collective hive mind type of thinking.
Okay. What are the other two? SKC.
Our family formation.
Okay, go on. Next.
Hatred of authority.
Okay. Ooh. You really want to go there on that one?
Yeah, hatred of authority.
Okay, then. Let's start there. Let's start there.
Yeah, and I'll give you a fourth too because it's connected to it.
Go ahead. What's the fourth one?
Disrespect of hierarchy.
Okay, we about to go here with this. Okay. So how do you explain the hierarchy then?
Okay, in everything, basically even in nature, there's a hierarchy. Everything cannot be completely equal across the board, and everything has its say and so forth. That's why we have different systems that set hierarchy.
You're not explaining it. Come on. You really want to tell me, but you know.
No, I think he explained it fine.
No, he's not. Because I want.
Well, what's your? This just totally annoys me. Okay, the dude, y'all talked about hierarchy. It was one of the things that SKC listed as one of the quote problems in the quote community. No one adhering to a hierarchy. He just explained what a hierarchy is. I don't get why that's not readily apparent, the explanation.
Stanley, this is way before your time, but we've had this conversation 7 years ago. This was the gender war before the gender war. Like what SKC is talking about, because I'm SYSBM too. But my stuff sounds different because it's more of just dodging bad outcomes. And they were more of just blaming black women for the bad outcome. Me, I blame black men for the bad outcome. And even though it is the same, but at the end of the day, it's just that the other part of gender war is there's something wrong with you because you left and you went somewhere else. So it's like, but if you don't want people there and they end up leaving and then you still are mad at them, whether they leave or they stay, what's the real argument? But we had this conversation 7 years ago. I don't know why we have to rehash this. And the thing was, for me, it's just, you can talk about the gender war, just don't throw black women under the bus, period. And that would solve most of this.
I guess that's why maybe I shouldn't even be a part of this argument up there, because I am literally dumbfounded. So there was something, some buzzword or something that SKC wasn't saying. I get it now because I didn't then. Thank God you told me.
Yes, because this was the gender war. Like there was 3 gender wars here. The first gender war was the dudes who made the claim that they got all the ass from the women, and that's why the men were mad. That was the first gender war. You know, the Pookie Ray Ray argument versus the educated lame nonsense. That was the first gender war. The second gender war was the men who interracially dated / wanted better outcomes versus the people who stayed in their community and were willing to deal with women no matter what happened. And then, like, the third gender war was men just piling in and just trying to throw black women under the bus for whatever reason, because the black women were to blame for everything. So they hated every aspect of black women American life, and they kind of went off into the more educated they are type thing and all this kind of other stuff. But all this stuff has already been talked about, and while it is a new thing to run on new people, like they don't know, these things are just settled issues. Only thing you have to do is solve your own issues and not try to throw the entire gender under the bus because you have failed outcomes. That solves all the problems.
Yeah, it is it's definitely odd, but it explains it.
But it's decades of arguments that you haven't heard, and it would sound weird to an outside observer who don't know about this argument. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I put the links in the back. I didn't.
Oh, okay, cool.
I understand. I don't like to just drop a link in your chat like that.
Okay, cool.
Excuse me. Well, thank you.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
I brought them up. I'll have a look at them in a bit.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Let me save this link.
Keep with the description then.
Because it's full of it's a word salad.
Okay, to give you a see, if I give you like I gave you a hard definition of.
I'm sorry, did you say something, Chocolate?
Yeah, just click the second one, not the first link, but the second link. It works better.
Okay.
Of it. But then in order to explain it further, I can give you specifics which may be able to help the audience.
That's what I'm looking for. Give me the specifics then.
Okay,
that's
so I'll give you one specific. If we take just a civilization in general and society as a whole, if we have laws, that means that we're going to basically set rules based upon principles, but rules nevertheless through these laws. And we have to have a branch of society that is going to enforce those laws. The agreement of having an enforcement arm of the law is just an agreement of living within a civilization or a society. If you buck the enforcement arm, you do not have a functioning society.
Can I build on that when you're done? Because I have another specific example.
Oh, y'all saving him. Go ahead. You saving him. Go on.
So it's either one or two things. Either you're going to have an enforcement arm of your laws within said society and civilization, or you're not. And if you don't have one, then you do not have functioning laws, and you do not have a functioning society.
Okay then.
This belief that anybody can just do whatever they want to do and can't nobody tell me nothing and only God can judge me. That's insanity.
Oh,
Can I
really?
give a specific
Okay.
example?
Okay. Go ahead, Stanley. Go ahead.
It happened on a YouTube panel. Uncle Tom, I don't know if you guys are familiar with him. Again, on a Nightish panel, the topic
I like
came
Uncle
up.
Tom. He's all right.
What's more important, the enforcement of the law or the law itself? And basically, Uncle Tom pretty much said what SKC's talking about. Hey, enforcement is more important. Basically saying, hey, if nobody's there to stop me from robbing a bank, then it's okay to rob the bank. He literally made that premise, and I think that's ridiculous.
Well, hold on. Now though, I'm going to say it like this, SKC, because you put out this premise out. Then we had treaties, right?
Treaties with who?
The native populations of the countries, namely Central and Latin American countries, right?
Right, because they were recognized as having a functioning society amongst themselves.
Right. But hold on. We made at least 200 treaties with the Native American tribe, and we broke 2/3 of them.
Who is we?
I'm talking about the white man. The white man.
So are you part of the black community or the white one?
No, but we as a civilization, we broke treaties.
Okay, I'm
treaties are laws, right?
I'm doing this.
Treaties are laws, right? Come on,
but I'm doing.
Can we all agree that treaties are laws, right?
Correct, but I'm doing this for a reason, Big J.
Let me just say this, because it just bugged me the whole fucking conversation. Dude, part of having some sort of idea of an argument or a debate, presenting an argument, and this is more discussion, it's not like a formal debate, but dude, you don't just pull in something similar and think it is an effective analogy. The fuck? Honestly, Big J does not do a good job here. What do Indian treaties? How do you bring that in to a conversation?
I'm kind of confused on this specific point.
You know what? I was too. You don't just throw analogies in there because they're similar. They have to be effective analogies. And I think Big J forgets who he's talking to. SKC is going to be on top of this. Okay, he may be many things, but pretty good at figuring out whether an analogy or a point will pass muster. Oof, to me, it's kind of reckless what Big J's doing. And I do become annoyed at some point, which is on me.
Right.
Because this is one of the games.
No, man. You're not running from this, SKC.
No, I'm not running. I'm not running at all.
No, you are.
I'm not running. I just want to make note of this, that as of right now, by your argument, you were putting one foot in white society and one foot in black society.
And the reason why I'm putting one foot in white society and one foot in black society because I live in a white community.
Okay.
So what I'm telling you is that when it comes to according to your argument about civilization and how to enforce laws and how we create treaties with other countries and other groups of people, and
that literally is not what the conversation was about.
1791, we broke all these treaties with the red man and the brown man.
Wait, hold on. What was the breaking of those treaties? Did they only happen in one direction?
Yes, for like the most.
Oh, are you telling me that the South Americans and also the Indian Americans never broke a treaty?
They're more honorable wits. Said
Did they ever break treaties?
Yes, they have, but they
okay, so it's unilateral.
No, but who was breaking it for the most part?
I don't know. That could be argued.
No, who was breaking most social treaties?
I don't know. We can make arguments on this.
Hold on, but every time every time there's a known somebody discovers some form of a natural resource, where it's gold, silver, or oil, or whatever type of fuel source there is, we sit there and we conquer these people or kick them out. Just like the Trail of Tears.
That's one side of the story.
So by that logic, right? So by all that logic, should you run from America then? By that same logic.
Okay. Once again, we have wandered so far outside the scope of the original argument. I'm just sitting here fascinated.
I want to be sure that I'm hearing this right, Stanley. So Big J Triple X is mad that SKC married outside of his race. He's trying to stand on some type of black platform, but he said that he lives in a white community. So how's that any different? I'm kind of.
I don't get it.
I'm just confused on the point.
I am too.
Because if you said that the black the community is where all these Negroes acting a fool, when we talk about American society, we have white men acting a fucking fool. So should you leave America then by that same the logic you have?
No, I shouldn't. And here's the logic that right here. I'm going to use your logic, right? I'm going to use your logic. Okay, so am I Indian American?
But you're a black American.
I'm asking, am I Indian American?
No.
Okay. Did Indian Americans break treaties?
Some of them may have, yeah.
Okay, so what does that have to do with me, who was not around during any of that time? Why would that cause me to want to break from America when America has not done anything of that to me at all? I feel no repercussions of it whatsoever.
Whoa. So stop. Time out. But you come from Fifth Ward, right?
Okay. No, well, I have relatives there.
Hold on. But you got roots in Fifth Ward, right?
I have some relatives there.
Right. That means you got people living there, right? Wait a minute.
Yeah, but I have relatives. I have relatives all over the state.
Hold on. But you ain't talking about the environmental racism in Fifth Ward.
You said what?
Environmental racism. Because there's a lot of people in Fifth Ward, about 50%, about 45% of the people got cancer in Fifth Ward.
This gets good.
Nah, it ain't that high.
No, it is a high number. It's a high number of people who
half 40 to half of the people in Fifth Ward do not have cancer.
You know, there's a high cancer rates in
you
that.
You just said 40 to 50%.
But you know, there's a high percentage of cancer rates in that part of Houston.
Okay, this is what I'm saying. Okay, this is what I'm.
And it's nowhere near an oil field.
Okay, this is what I'm telling you.
You know what's okay.
This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm telling you, Big J. I want to say how many relatives? I think just off the top of my head, I'm thinking about 13, 14. None of them died of cancer.
You're missing the point. You talking about civilization,
right? I'm not missing the point.
Right?
No, I'm not missing the point.
Right?
Hold on, I'm explaining. So if I'm telling you, out of the relatives that I had that lived in that area, none of them died of cancer. Why am I going to be on a spiel about cancerous things and how that affected me?
But we're talking about the area where you
it did not affect me, Big J.
See, it's always about what affect you personally.
It didn't affect my family, Big J.
God damn it. Dude, absolutely it's how it affects you personally. This fake communalism. Okay, and let me add a fifth to the traits of the community, not being in command of their anecdotes nor their metaphors.
Yeah, that's
if it does not affect you personally, and he literally didn't grow up there, why should he take up the cause unless he's inclined to do it?
Okay, but Stanley,
he should not be obligated to it.
But Stanley, his argument from the date, I forgot, it was Saturday or Friday. His argument was, I left the community based upon what happened in Fifth Ward. He used Fifth Ward and what happened to his grandparents and his grandparents used to own a pharmacy. He calculate that into the reason. Right. So it's disingenuous argument because he's being disingenuous. It's disingenuous for him to use Fifth Ward into his argument of why he ran away from the community.
No. I gave very specific reasons of why the families decided to uproot from there. I told you that some of my relatives had a pharmacy there. They were one of the only ones in the area that actually did compounding there. So it was like they got robbed, and then on another occasion, one was threatened for their life over some trinkets.
And what that had to do
so the family said, you know what?
How did that affect you, SKC?
It moved a portion of my family. We were no longer going back to my grandparents' place in that area anymore.
Okay, then. But you want to talk about your family. See, you got to make your mind up. Are we talking about your family, or are we talking about you as an individual?
This is what I'm talking about.
Pick a team.
This is what.
Pick a side. Are we talking about your family story, or are we talking about your story, SKC?
Okay, and this is what I'm talking about. Remember when I went Stanley and Deacon Dave?
This is literally driving me nuts. Okay, sometimes you are your family, and vice versa. Now, this is just what I gleaned just from listening to the conversation, because I was listening a little while before I joined the panel. SKC pretty much didn't grow up in the Fifth Ward because his family wound up moving. His grandparents, didn't own the store and stuff. And then he's going to tell a story about something that happened to his immediate family. So the bottom line is he didn't run from anything. His family did, but he was a kid. Wherever the family goes, he goes. So this premise that, you're either talking about yourself or your family, at that age, you are your family, and vice versa. Big J's just out. He is tired. It's way past his bedtime, apparently, but this is sloppy, to be honest.
So is this conversation going somewhere to a particular point to where they're going to agree or disagree or agree to disagree?
No, Big J's just being querulous, to use a big word. It never really, for some reason or another, Big J's trying to do a gotcha, which I understand, given the history and stuff. But I think trying to do this gotcha stuff, I thought it was a really good potential conversation. And it continued after I left. Maybe we'll get to some of that, maybe not. But I think that if Big J had slowed and actually listened, I'm not even involved. And I get this just from the conversation between the two of them, kind of the history of how he wound up, out of the Fifth Ward. Never lived there, apparently.
Tell me if I'm lying. Didn't one of the first things that I say about the things that I disliked about the community culture is family formation and how they go about it and so forth? It's like, I'm sitting here literally telling you that some of the people who poured money, time, resources, their personal energy into who I am today and taught me many of the principles that I live by today and what happened to them. And you're telling me that should have no effect upon me. But then when it comes to people that, but then when it comes to people, but then when it comes to people that I don't even know and whatever is going on with them, I'm supposed to jump out the window with a Superman cape on, talking about, support all black people. That's crazy.
But you come on this aspect of family formation. Explain that family formation then.
Okay.
SKC.
Okay. I've said this many times. I cannot give some sort of big golf clap to myself because a lot of the things that I was born into, I inherited. And it was because of the people who came before me and how they set up family and so forth. I'm not a
Hey, let me take a quick moment. Hate to interrupt this again, but thank you to Stan Autry for sponsoring this upcoming Saturday show. Whatever it's going to be about, Stan is the first sponsor. So y'all be like Stan, support the show. It helps out for sure. So salute to Stan. Hey, Chocolate.
Yodelay.
Again, it just, I don't know. It was an interesting conversation. Not that it really devolves that badly, but it is just, I tend to like tight arguments that focus on, whatever the issue is, and that it either gets resolved or it doesn't. You can agree to disagree or whatever, then you move on. But just like all these tangents, being pulled in, I don't know whether it's to distract or just interrupt flow. I don't know what it is, but it was unnecessary. What do Indians have to do with the Fifth Ward? I'm still trying to figure that out.
Maybe it's
super quarterback anything. I'm a plug in.
Maybe it's what?
Historical. Yes, I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah, one of the worst uses of history possible.
Play. All I did was just ran the playbook that came before me. Right. It was very simple. Stay out of these issues, get regular work, get educated, do not have kids before marriage. Keep your debts low. Do not go along with the crowd.
Wait, hold on. Name those things again for me, please. Name it for me again.
Do not have kids before marriage.
Okay, then that goes.
Keep your debts low.
Right, America is in debt. Go on. Most
what does America have to do with that?
No, because he wants to do this.
So we literally go from what SKC learned as a kid. There's a term for it, something to success. One of the think tanks did something like that. Graduate high school. All of a sudden, America's debt comes into this. Just I don't know what to think about this.
Blaming the collectivism by running through the other collective. So therefore, most Americans. No. Most Americans are in debt, right?
You asked him to talk about his family. That's what he's doing.
But we're talking about him running away.
He literally didn't mention America. You asked him to repeat.
No, he mentioned civilization.
About his family.
No, he mentioned civilization. The argument's about civilization.
He literally. Now I'm getting lost. You asked him to repeat what he said about what he inherited from his family.
Stanley. The key part I'm talking about, because SKC.
Okay, tipping all over the place.
No, I'm not, because he mentioned the part civilization. We're on this part of civilization.
I thought I heard you say repeat what he inherited from his family.
Right, but that's a part of civilization. That's, you don't see what I'm saying? If family is the building block, no. SKC's argument the last time was family.
You know, all I have to say is thank God I'm not prone to use the N-word, because I'd be using it a lot in these past 5 to 10 minutes. I'm like, what is this?
Family is a building block of a community, and family is a building block of, and that is a building block of a civilization.
Okay,
that is SKC's argument.
Let me offer this piece of what I've observed in life. If you're going to build like a structure, like a skyscraper, you start at the base and you build it floor by floor. You don't start at the base, then build the top and then the middle. You build it step by step, process by process. If you're trying to build an argument from family to civilization, build it one step at a time. Step through the argument.
But his argument is so basic because he's the one that mentioned civilization, not I. So
I haven't heard him mention civilization once. Maybe it was Saturday.
No, it was oh my God. He mentioned it. But when was this? Hold on. Let me scroll up here. He mentioned about like 25 minutes ago. See,
okay.
Yeah, he mentioned about 25 minutes ago at least. So I'm on that civilization. That's why I asked him.
5 minutes ago, you asked him about his family.
Right, though, because he always used his family as a scapegoat on why he's running from the community, when the community is, because his problem with the community is that they're anti-civilization.
Well, okay, I hope you give me an opportunity to go through these series of steps, because I will present a story, and if you need to take notes, because I do a whole lot of repeating.
Even though you might have me hop the fence, I'm not gonna hop the fence because
why am I understanding his argument and you aren't?
Because you don't know his history. That's why you don't know
a
his
little
history.
bit of it.
Right. But I've been here
apparently not enough
of his history, or most of his history here.
Okay, then I'll defer.
And that's why I'm using that term SYSBM, because he's part of the SYSBM community.
Well, before I even knew what that was, I was here.
Yeah, but you supported SYSBM.
Just like I supported a whole bunch of things, but that doesn't make that the whole of the person.
You know what? My head hurt.
Yeah. But to give a long story short, Big J, the people who poured energy and time and resources, and I have to state the most important ingredient, love, into my life, they were affected by a lot of the things that went down there in Fifth Ward. And then later, my own family, when we were on vacation, I remember telling Rue about this, and a whole bunch of other people, Mr. Fantastic and others. Man, I think that was I had to be about 10, maybe 11 years old. We were on vacation for the summer in California to go visit my relatives. When we came back, the house was picked clean. And when I say clean, I mean toilet removed, baby pictures gone, family albums. What it's like, what in the heck are you doing with this stuff? Trophies and awards and blah, blah, blah. And at that point, my dad was like, okay, yeah. And nobody in the neighborhood know anything, we're done. He's like, I'm not going to raise my kids in this environment. So then the rest of my upbringing was around a whole bunch of people. Was around a whole bunch of people that didn't look like me, and I enjoyed it.
Okay, then why calculate? Okay. Then why racialize it then?
I didn't racialize anything.
Yes, you did.
What did I just say? I said my dad stated in so many words. I'm not going to repeat the choice words that he was using at that time, even though he was not a cursor at all. But in that respect, that it was one of the few times where he did. But he pretty much stated, "Yeah, I'm not going to raise my kids in this environment." My mom agreed. We got a new place, a way away, and with all of that, this is probably the biggest portion of that angers me the most, is that for about 2 to 3 years, I know the majority of my middle school years, my dad was working crazy to try to make up everything. And all that time was all the time that I didn't get to spend with him because he was working so much. Before that, he would always be at all of my recitals, all of my events, all of my everything. Before about a good 3-year period, he couldn't be there. So the little things that were taken from the house and all that other stuff and the insecurity of this or that, so it's like passed all that away. Some of the pictures and stuff we eventually got back from the police and all that stuff, but that environment robbed me of 3 sound years with my dad.
So everybody else is to blame for that, right?
No, I said that environment.
I'm again, this must be something in the archive of history that I'm not aware of, because that blame everybody else for it, that it was so outside the argument that it made me chuckle. Like, what?
Robbed me of that.
So black
I was
women
very
are
specific with what I stated.
I know that. So black women are to blame for that, right?
I think I know what's going on.
You know something? See this? Okay, Stanley.
Well, let me pause it.
This is one of the parts.
I know what's going on. Like, no matter what SKC is stating, there's factual information that I have never heard before. He's never talked about this stuff before. Big J Triple X is sticking to the tenets of the SYSBN as a response to whatever he is saying. Because his response is nothing but the tenets of the SYSBN. Without listening to SKC's story about how he was robbed of something and deprived of something from a very specific environment, and that those type of people that was running the environment, and the only way to get away from that environment was to, well, their parents did switch things up, and he had a better upbringing to where he did have time, but then he lost time too. You know, he had better kind of outcomes, but he wasn't surrounded by the same people he was surrounded. So in that type of environmental change, for him, just cutting out the dysfunction and the BS of the actual community kept him out. But he's like, but Big J Triple X has responded with the tenets of SYSBM as a response to that, rather than listening to what he's saying and taking it in context. That's what's happening.
Right. And I mean, they do either in the past, and I didn't hear it, or it's very shortly in the future, where they start talking about apparently there's some document that's written out or something. And then SKC does mention, well, there are caveats or something like that. I think it's coming up.
I mean, it's kind of like the gospel according to that guy. Like, I have my version of SYSBM that do the productivity piece first and leaving dysfunctional people behind and not helping or even spending any of the manner of your life helping dysfunctional people. That's how hardcore I was about it 10 years ago. Now I'm more of in the problem solving type aspect of, okay, let's go down here. Let's offer the opportunities that may not be had by everybody, but there are some people who actually do want the chance to lead. And that's kind of the other portion that I was missing, was to trying to do something about it and try to, you know, chocolate earth my actual crazy ass one-sided opinion without giving people a chance to leave that
Right.
environment themselves. It wasn't everybody who wanted to leave. It was some people who was open to the information, and a lot of people wasn't open up front. They had to take them being quote unquote socially isolated, and their friends and their actual peer group leaving, and they was there by themselves. And then they decided, you know what? These people are telling me how things are. I want to go too. Again, the opportunity still has to be there.
You know, I personally, I'm sitting here listening to you talk. I think maybe, maybe I've forgotten what peer pressure can be like. You know, you want to
Oh
stay in
man,
the,
you have no idea. No idea how
apparently I
much that
don't.
stuff took over.
Yeah.
I mean, after my dad had died, dude, I got socialized in the Delta November culture, quick, fast, in a hurry. I didn't care about nothing in life, dude. It took like a summer. I
Hmm.
went from a smart ass kid to a dude who flat out didn't give a shit about anything. It
Hmm.
didn't take that long. And after my father had died, and after I was on the path of getting out of there, I see how quickly, like, my younger brother and sister went through the same shit.
Hmm.
Not having any, outside structure there. Then my grandfather had died. Really no structure there. And
Yeah.
it doesn't take long for the environment to swallow you whole, to remove all of your act. Well, I may thought I had a choice, but everybody who I was surrounded by was so into just trying to stay there and make the best out of the stuff there, even though it wasn't nothing there. Like I didn't really get introduced to that until I had no options left. Just like the people who were
Right.
stuck there had no options left. So I kind of empathize with, you know, some of these people for some standpoint, but there was never like me, like a working class person who's obviously more successful than YouTube dudes who stayed around and who still try to keep the integrity of the space when people kept
Right.
choosing otherwise, right? And it's like to them, until you place something in my hand, I'm just going to be with these people, and I'm just going to be a willing hostage of this bad situation until you come fix
Right.
my situation for me, type stuff. And I'm like, hey man, that's way beyond where I was, even when I was lost. That's way beyond it. And
Yeah. I
a lot of these
probably,
people stand in those environments for that reason.
yeah, I'm probably a little out of touch. But I think of my father though. I've told you before, little town, Adel, Georgia. Back in the Jim Crow South, this probably would have been right at the end of the 50s. And my father's never actually told me, but both he and his brother were in the Air Force around the same time. His brother, my uncle, was maybe a year or so or more older. So, I mean, they were in Vietnam at the same time and they looked a lot alike. So people would actually like, didn't you just leave a few days ago? That sort of thing. Um, but the point is, my father, when I was a kid, going back to his hometown, he'd point out old high school friends of his who couldn't get out. And I'm telling you right now, they were looking aged. So,
Yeah, that's why people stayed in Mississippi. I'm telling you, man, them dudes look 70, 80 years old, and they're not
yeah,
even 50 yet. Because of all
yeah,
the stuff that happened, and like the poor nutrition, and just all the stuff that comes with that type of like, man, it's bad. I mean, like, seeing a lot of it now and how I used to act, and now I'm kind of more in the problem solving role. Yeah, there's going to be some people who still don't care, who still are giving up,
right,
but man, do not destroy the children's opportunity and chance. Make sure you get them to the best information possible. Being around these negative influences will pretty much strip the motivation from anybody because it happened to me. That's why I stay so angry at these people because I know how quickly and how damaging this fake family, this fake false comfort can really remove
mhm,
the motivation and actually strip somebody of their actual potential. That's why it really gets on my nerves whenever I see
right.
these people deliberately doing this.
Yeah. I still think though that some dude on a YouTube screen or Instagram, I don't see how having better role models in social media is a fix.
It's not going to be a fix. It's like the role model that they're trying to look for is their actual overall outlook on where they want to be in society next.
Right.
Like people want the training wheels of entertainment, but they don't want the not training wheels of reality and the hard work and the associations that you have to keep up and the clean actual, uh, bill that you have to keep it doing it. No, they want entertainment to be those training wheels. And rather than ride around in reality, they want to ride around in training wheels. They want to have the outcomes of the working class person, but they want the training wheels of bringing these entertainment, DJ academic, Umar Johnson dudes type around, rather than going after the Neil deGrasse Tysons and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's kind of hard to help children who know who, what's this damn fool name? It doesn't matter. He's a real ghetto hood guy who goes off on rappers and all that kind of stuff. No, Charleston White. Most of these young dudes know who Charleston White is, don't even know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is.
Oh my Lord.
Yes, they do. It's true. It's very true. But at the end of the day, this is something, it's a socialization piece. It isn't just the children, it is the actual leadership in those environments. Can you have good leadership in those environments? Yes, you absolutely could. And you just can't expect children to kind of figure it out on their own. It still has to be a socialization process. Like, look, my grandfather kept the socialization and the reality in our faces all the time. He did not let us succumb to, you're not going to just play some successful person on TV and act a fool because it's neat and cool, and then you're going to try to act this out in your real life and it's going to be good. Like, no, man, these are entertainers. These are actors. These people are pieces of garbage. They're here putting on a show. They're getting a paycheck and they're gone. You have to live with the reality of trying to look up to these people. They've already went on to their next whatever. You cannot be trying to look up to these people for anything.
Right.
But then again, you still have to kind of overcompensate and kind of still offer those opportunities anyway. But there are some people who just need it. Just like, it's not like the opportunities ain't out there. A lot of people ain't got the know-how to go even get the opportunities, for lack of a better way of saying it. I mean, it may seem easy to me and you to just go online and click this and fill that out, but that's a whole nother world to another people that they've never been exposed to, and to them and their upbringing, and the people who keep them in that status can't look at it because it's kind of it removes them from their environment in a place they're not even comfortable with. That's what I mean by these people who keep this stuff going in these environments. It's
Yeah, I don't hear people talking about this sort of stuff. The
no, they
gender
can't.
banging and all that stuff literally is unimpactful. We really, and I say we, I don't necessarily mean me. Um, it's just like it's I think it's just all useless. This thing about, well, dating some girl out of high school, blah 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 blah. That's putting the cart before the horse. That's kind of what SKC is saying. And
Correct.
I don't know how you can be simpler than that. To me, it's just simple. Um,
But
it's
that was
someone.
a whole arc. That was a whole arc of the gender war, though. That denying black culture, something was wrong with you as a human being because you hated bad black outcomes. Something was wrong with you that you didn't want to be around bad black outcomes. There was pushing an acceptability piece with that. There was far
Really?
more insidious than a yes. There was far more insidious than the actual argument itself. There was pushing the actual, you are so intolerant of low IQ black culture. Something is wrong with you if You don't like this damaged woman, and you better have her on your team. Otherwise, we're just going to browbeat you until you give us all your resources that you built up on your own, right? Like this was really insidious for a very long time, and it did give a lot of stupid ass people the ability to grandstand on failed and bad outcomes because of this. That's how you got the angry mans and the BGSs and all that kind of stuff. And those people took over the space because they seen a bunch of damaged, lonely men with no experience who wanted a self-esteem boost. And the greatest way to get that self-esteem boost is to destroy the manosphere itself and turn it into a place, a hangout place for lost men. That's what happened. And we have to be honest with it. That's what happened. And while these people, yeah, all of the younger individuals, they didn't want a better manosphere. They didn't support the working class dudes who were here. They went off and they supported all these fake street dudes because they felt better around those dudes. And they had nothing in common with actual working class people. And we were unwilling to play that game with them, to keep them codependent. Now they think that building codependence among their ignorance is something that should be proud of, and that we have to quote unquote be more entertaining in order to get their eyeballs. I'm like, dude, I didn't come here for eyeballs. My life is already fixed. You're trying to get to where I'm at. I'm not trying to get to where you are. Keep this
Yeah,
in mind.
well,
I have better outcomes.
there,
Yeah.
I don't know whether it takes or maybe it's a cutting and a replanting, but you've got a lot of shows. CT's one, John Galt's another, this guy named Seymour. And Seymour is a particularly interesting case. Now, this dude is a 36-year-old felon who smokes weed all day.
Damn,
And
36? What do you do?
oh, but here's the kicker. He keeps going, I'm only 36. Y'all are just trying to tear down a young black man. I'm like, dude, 36 is not young, especially when you got two baby mamas. You're not young.
Like,
Stop thinking that. So,
I
but
can
then
have
you
you
got
put my city name into the YouTube filter, and you can look up the very first video of these people from my actual neighborhood. I can guarantee you those people are far worse, magnitudes worse than anything you've ever seen.
no doubt. But my thing is he's up on YouTube, and not only is he glorifying his lifestyle, he's got people glorifying it for him, kind of like JP.
Yep, same thing.
You have I've literally heard CT and John Galt and these people go, well, you know what? Actually, Jay Prince is more authentically black than some smarty arty black like Stanley. I'm like,
Oh, okay.
really?
No,
At least
Stanley. Be glad you heard it. Be glad you heard it. Because that's where a lot of these young ass dudes are. A lot of these dudes are effed up in the head to the point to waste it. They threw away the manuscript. They supported the angry mans and all that kind of stuff. They had no experience with it, but guess what? It was a way to sabotage and destroy progress. A lot of these people don't know how to do nothing else but that. Even if they have to go support the wrong people. A lot of these people don't benefit from progress, man. A lot of them don't.
Yeah, I honestly don't get it. It's like it is obviously not a good thing for a man of 40 or above, glorifying his status on welfare. And look, I don't have a problem with the welfare if you need it because he's got multiple daughters. But it's not something I'd want to be.
Though, but to be putting it in everybody's face, and there's something wrong with you for working and having a career where you could just be on welfare. Something wrong with that.
Well, I think part of it is, a self-esteem issue. Hey, if I got some successful landlord and somebody like CT, saying that, oh, hey, I'm like an example. Yeah, I'm going to eat it up too.
But they want to humiliate you into fixing their issues. If you don't fix my issues, I'm just going to be as embarrassing as hell. It's embarrassing. I'll get out. What you gonna do? You gonna cut my microphone off? Like they are real messed up in the head about their actual position. And I'm just like, look, man, it just ain't my problem, and I'm not fixing none of these kids. And I don't give.
Well,
And look,
but
these kids
oddly
not gonna be
enough,
around mine.
I think that JP's a problem, but I think his audience of thousands is an even bigger problem. You know,
They
it's
want a
kind of what
mascot.
I'm.
They want a mascot for where they're at.
Well,
Like
maybe,
Charleston White
yeah,
is a mascot for where these other people are. They just want to sit around, do anything, say a bunch of crazy stuff, go viral, and that's the end of their career path. They don't want to do nothing else other than that.
yeah. I guess if you can get a fan base paying for it,
Yeah, that's what most of these people want. They just want a fan base for doing easy stuff, like being stuck or fighting a gender war. That's it. It's predatory. And look, you could just look. The only thing you have to do is talk about things that are just higher on the totem pole. Like me, I don't care that my channel got far smaller the moment I stopped talking about or trying to help these dudes. I'm okay with what I have right now because I finally see that these people want to be weak. They want to be codependent. They want to support these people. You know, the people who ain't doing the right thing, and then they want the world to feel sorry for them. They think that the path to success is with pity. Like, no, the path to success is about overcoming diversity and letting these people melt your brain with gender war dynamic content and demoralizing you every 5 minutes so that way you can stay a comfortable audience member. That's not a way to success. But that's what they've accepted, unfortunately.
yeah. Let's see, where am I? I'm almost at 4 hours. I'll listen to a few more minutes of this, then I think I'm going to wrap it up. I'm actually kind of thrilled because I feel pretty good and I'm not too coughish, but I'm also not going to overdo it.
This is one of the parts that gets me. It's
Keisha,
like,
wait, hold on. But Keisha's to blame of that, right?
See, that's what I'm saying.
no,
Responding with
what I didn't
that
say
class
that.
B
You're
antenna.
putting your straw man in me.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you about that. I understand. Well, SKC said earlier that he was more about saving himself from the community, not so much black women specifically. Do you buy that?
Yes, I feel the same way. My way is a little bit more
Okay.
nuanced than his because I didn't go through all the things that he did, but I did
Mm-hmm.
make a decision that it is a black male problem, and
Uh,
then they turned the black male problem into a black woman issue when they offered unreciprocated attention with no responsibility, and then they allowed these people to have families, and then it's that's why you have like this kind of confluence of kind of ignorance between like there's no difference between a 50-year-old guy who's crazy talk full of garbage, a 30-year-old guy crazy talk full of garbage, a 20-year-old guy crazy talk full of garbage. Like all these people have assimilated into accepting that type of person as somebody that they should look up to. And anybody else who's working
no,
class is the actual enemy of that.
yeah, I I have questions, but I'm going to table them and just listen to a little bit more of this. But I don't know. This is the sort of thing that becomes both a black man and a black woman problem because I've heard in the past where the lady who said, "Hey, I'm not marrying this type of black man." If black women go, "Nope, don't want to marry don't want to get with a solid snake," right? People in the audience know who Solid Snake is. They get kind of shit on if they choose, "Hey, I'm not getting involved with this. I'd rather stay single." Then they catch shit. It's kind of a catch 22, I guess.
And that's why the gender war is so insidious, because it gets two groups of people to engaging in a discussion that is a self-discovery issue. Like the men don't have the opportunities because things got super competitive, and when you're not actually successful in your own right, you can't really compete. And even
Right.
if you can't compete at a high level. I mean, because when
Mhm.
you're in a highly sex worker adjacent resource gathering type of environment, and you're just a high schooler watching your own inventory go off to the highest bidder that's 30 and 40 years old in Corvettes, and you ain't even got
Yeah, yeah,
a
yeah,
college
yeah.
degree yet. So it's kind of like,
Right.
and then you have like the older failures in the environment who take advantage of that and have these people kind of in this hurt locker. They keep bombarding them with all this propaganda that doesn't really fix them, that doesn't really move them to problem solving. It just moving them to being an audience member raging against the machine. So it is both sides, but it's just that the things that women say that you shouldn't be mad at, even though it does hurt them deeply, because when a woman is talking about not accepting a particular man in their circumstances, that's them. And they want to be with this cultural counterpart so bad to where they don't have a lot of options and choices. And when they see somebody who they actually want to be with tell them that they don't qualify, it is devastating to these dudes. So the actual
Right.
response is to just keep piling on the black women until black women change. And it's like, well, she can't change because she's giving two generations of a bunch of unneeded and undue attention that pretty much broken her psyche. And the fact that these dudes won't move on from her keeps her psyche broken. Like these dudes don't even know that they're peddling the bike that keeps the gender war going by not getting their shit together and separating from these old failures. They're driving a gender war. They don't even know they're driving a gender
Right. I'll listen to a little bit more.
Just like
straw
though
manning.
you ain't doing it. Like though you ain't doing it. Okay. Anyway, carry on though. Carry on.
I haven't straw manned you.
But you have. You have.
What words did I put into your mouth?
You're trying to play this. You're trying to avoid, the family formation argument. Without addressing
see what I'm saying? The tenets of
what you mean by family
SYSBM is what he
formation.
keeps going back
Because
to.
you could.
He keeps doing it.
Right.
He keeps doing it. No matter what
He's
SKC
literally
says, no matter what context, he goes back to the tenets of SYSBM. I get it, but I had to listen long enough to know what his actual argument point was. Because no matter what SKC says, it's the tenets of SYSBM. It's the counter argument to the answer rather than listening to it for the context of what it is. So I understand what's happening.
Telling you what happened growing up.
When I said family formation, he knows exactly what I'm talking about. How do
Okay.
families get formed?
If you want to ask me that, I can give you the answer directly.
Right.
Family formation. When I told you earlier, I was not some sort of I want to be the super quarterback, such as given a sports analogy. I said I was a plug and play quarterback. I followed the playbook from my parents. Hey, whatever. First of all, you're not going to do all of this ultra hard dating in middle school, high school. There's too much other stuff that you have to accomplish first.
Right.
Second, you better not even think about any sort of kids before marriage.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait. Hold on. See, okay, go on, because because you are messing up. Go on.
I'm not messing up. This is what I ran. This is life.
See, but I ran that too. I don't have no kids.
I'm not talking about you, man. I'm just talking about what my parents and my grandparents on both sides, the play that they ran, the other children in my siblings, they ran, and it was only one of us that was the black sheep that didn't run it, and we got to see all the consequences of it.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't going to be this, oh, you can just go out and be with some girl or so forth, and we have no idea who their parents are. No, that wasn't gonna happen.
As if the white people don't do the same bullshit.
I didn't say that. When did you ever mention?
But you said you run afraid from the community, right? We're talking about the community, right?
Am I speaking a foreign language, Deacon Dave or Stanley?
No.
I've been able to follow the argument, SKC.
Yeah, but you're trying to avoid the elephant in the room. That's what you're doing, SKC.
Oh, okay.
I get all the other bullshit you saying. When I talk about family creation, you went right to the negative stereotype.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. The only thing that I mentioned was the positive playbook that my parents gave me. And because I ran that playbook, that destroyed a lot of the options within the community.
And what's in the community?
Okay. You remember the other day when Rue was talking with the girls? And they were openly stating stuff like and giving leeway to it, like, oh, it's okay. Oh, it's okay for you to be able to, have a little batting practice with the young ladies when you're young and so forth and blah, blah, blah. Well, my parents said, no, you can't do that. There's no such thing as batting practice when it comes to relationships and marriage.
I would agree with you.
So that threw a whole bunch of people completely off of the board. Okay, here's the second one. The whole thing about, oh, you're not going to be just in some relationship with some girl and we don't know her people, her parents. She has to come over. We have to sit down and meet their parents, have some sort of dinner, have some interaction with all of the adults first. Okay, does that generally happen within the community?
Then you have to define what is the community.
Does that generally happen within the people that you're talking about, Big J?
The community is black people, right?
I stated earlier that the community is not racial. People, right? No, I said that is a behavior set. Anybody can download that behavior set and run it.
No, but you're part of SYSB, him saving yourself.
Black man. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? We're talking, and now I'm telling you things, formational things that were taught to me as a kid growing up over the first 18, 19 years of my life. And you're talking about an online group. I have those
same rules.
And you're talking about an online group that came decades later that had nothing to do with why I chose my wife.
You are a part of. That
I agree with. That had nothing to do. That had nothing to do with why I chose my wife.
Let me ask.
I had married some close to 15 years before I even knew this thing existed.
SKC asked a question just a minute ago. His particular upbringing, and he stepped through some of the quote processes. Is SKC, how SKC grew up, is that common in the quote community? Big J, you say you grew up similar, but the question is it common in the hood, basically?
Because he's willing to he's willing not to address the stereotype. And
here was another thing. Before you get married.
You see, the problem is we might have a similar experience, but he come from a black community. I'm not. That's the difference. The second thing is though,
I would say half and half, Big J. The majority of my life, I was not living in a predominantly black area.
But
I just
yeah, but
and you
you keep
and even
referencing Fifth Ward. You
and
keep referencing Fifth Ward all the time.
because that's where my grandparents
Right,
live,
right, and
and
that's
they
where your roots are from. That's where your roots are from. What you see?
Okay, Big J, just okay. I have relative at that same time. I had a relative up in Seattle. I had two relatives one in San Fran, one in Oakland, and I also had a relative in Phoenix, Arizona. Which one was my roots?
You know exactly what I'm saying.
Which one was my roots, Big J? I went to all of them every year.
Wow.
The one where you spend the most at. Which one you spend the most at, SKC?
The most time I spent was with my parents, which was not in Fifth Ward.
But it's close to Fifth Ward, right?
About 20 minutes away.
Right. So you know what? You know what?
I spent a lot of time.
It's close to Fifth Ward. We know it's close to Fifth Ward, right?
I got little baby pictures in the old in the old pharmacy. I remember that.
Yeah, but you keep using these tag words, these taglines of family formation, which is a jab at how black women pick
have I mentioned anything about black women? I thought the only thing that I thought that I mentioned was environment and behavior.
You know what?
I mean, maybe somebody else heard differently. Deacon Dave, Stanley.
Dave,
I mean, they have no reason to be on my side about this. I mean, have I mentioned anything negative about black women?
Well, let me just be since I'm newer than both of you to this stuff, most of the behaviors that I hear talked about and exhibited on some of these black YouTube panels is fucking atrocious.
Yeah.
The people talking about the community are the community.
Yes.
And I do agree with MOT. I'm on some form of genocide, but yeah, I said it.
Yeah, but, I don't want that.
Yeah, because we have a dumb nigga academic, and it needs to be eradicated. You got dumb.
Well, that's part of the community.
And Stanley, you know me for some years now.
But
just so folks know, funny enough, I actually know SKC from a political Discord that I actually was a part of before I even got on YouTube. You know, I've had a youth. Excuse me. I've had a YouTube account since like 2012 or something, but I didn't start streaming till maybe it'll be 3 years next January. And then I started appearing on YouTube channels probably 2 years before that. I knew SKC before then from Discord. So, you know, I did know about the SYSBM stuff, but I just knew he was a conservative. So that's why he, you know, just to give some context. And I don't know, to be honest, I should probably just wrap it up here while my voice is still working and I still feel relatively decent. Any closing thoughts? MOT?
No, it's just that, hey man, please fix your issues. Fix your own issues. It's okay to turn this stuff off and fix your own issues. I mean, because Big J is having a specific conversation that SKC is not having. SKC is trying to have a genuine conversation, and SKC is trying to, no, I'm sorry. And Big J is trying to point his head toward the tenets of SYSBM. as the answer to no matter what comes out of SKC's mouth. So I understand what is going on. It's just that other people don't understand that's what he's doing.
Right. And the
But
funny thing is I came up. I don't usually talk black culture because my views tend to be somewhat different.
yeah,
And I came up actually to bump heads with SKC, but the topic slightly shifted, and I'm like, it's rare that I'm like on SKC's side going, what? What are you talking about? So it was an odd conversation. It does
but
get odder. I
yeah,
guess
but people have taken like the actual part and parcel of how these people act, and something that you have to embody, emulate, and even tolerate.
right.
That's the issue. I mean, like, how many times have you been on a panel and you have somebody who don't even know you just walk up to you and just start talking crazy?
Number of times, but it's usually I kind of bring it on myself. I will admit that.
Yeah,
I
yeah, yeah,
I
but the
kind of
performative kind of buck dancing deal for the idea of, well, you don't fit this type of blackness, so
oh yeah,
therefore I
yeah,
got to
yeah.
put you down. That type of stuff.
Oh well, that happens a lot. The
Yeah.
minute I bring up a book, ooh boy.
Oh yeah, man. What, Stanley? You read? You think you better than us?
That's pretty much that's
Yeah.
pretty much it.
And dot. In parentheses, you are. And they don't like that.
Yeah. Too bad. Too late to stop now. But
Oh yeah.
folks, I really appreciate it. We're at about 4:08, which is about the right amount of time. I want to thank Stan Autry for supporting the fiasco to come, the Saturday short
Yes,
bus.
go to come.
we know it's going to be something. Just excuse me. Oh, we know it's going to. Oh, excuse me. Oh, damn. We. Take a quick sip of water here. We know it's going to come, but I really appreciate you translating.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, MOT, because I never would have got it.
Yeah. Like I said, I've heard all the arguments, and I I knew that's what he was doing, but I had to listen a little bit further. And it really didn't matter what was going out of SKC's mouth. He was just going to go right back to the tenets of that. If you want to look at the tenets and see what actual Big J was referencing, you can go to slayingevil.com and you can go down to the SYSBM
Oh
tenets.
wow.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll
Because he was
definitely do
reading
that.
because he was reading right off the website. Literally reading right off the website.
Wow. All right. Well, I'm going to go before I cough myself to death. I'm
All
glad
right,
you
cool,
enjoyed
man.
it, Kimmy.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be 4-hour shows for the rest of the week, unless I get to really feeling better. But yeah, I'm glad I did the show. I almost didn't do one, but my son's off doing whatever 20-year-olds do, so it occupied my time. So I will see everyone tomorrow. Enjoyed it again. Hopefully, Chocolate Earth isn't too pissed off. So I'll see everyone tomorrow. Hopefully at a more normal time around 4:30.